Hello, everyone, and welcome to the CCS Analyst Desk, where it is week 9, and we are absolutely thrilled that you're here to join us today as we break down this week's stream games and talk about CCS playoffs. My name is Lindor, I am your host, and I am joined, as always, by my faithful analyst, Orion. And we also have the privilege this week of welcoming two special guests. First guest is critically acclaimed CCS Power Rankings author and the former backup AD carry for DNX. Welcome to the desk, Daydream. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. It's not
Good morning to you. The second guest that we do have this week as well is a veteran of the CCS and currently plays top lane for Iconic Severance. Please join me in welcoming Yoey to the desk. Welcome, Yoey.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you for being here. As I mentioned at the top of the show, we have entered the final week of the CCS regular season, and there's a lot on the line in both conferences. So let's jump right into it. We're going to mix things up a little bit this week and start with the Thursday conference teams. And our first stream match on Thursday is the TDR taking on Iconic Severance. This is a win or go home scenario for both of these teams. The winner advance to quarterfinals. The loser will have played their final match of the CCS Spring Split. Yoey, I'll head over to you first on this one. Last week, yourself and Iconic Severance managed to take an upset victory against Horizon Gaming. Was that a match that you guys went into expecting to win?
I would say yeah. They're relatively pretty often scrim partners with us, so we were pretty knowledgeable on how they play and the champions they play.
Fair enough. So, given that your team has put yourself in a position to make playoffs now with that win last week, how are things feeling? How are the vibes on the team? How's team morale coming into this final game?
Everybody's hungry to win. We're all super hyped that we have a chance to win.
Awesome to hear that. Morale at an absolute all-time high for you guys. Obviously, taking down Horizon Gaming last week was a huge victory for you. You've got one last step to go until you make that berth into playoffs. Orion, I'm going to come over to you next here. Both of these teams, Team Deathround and Iconic Severance, have won 2 of their last 3 matches and are, trending upwards here as we head towards the end of the split. Given that we now have access to some stats from the split, is there an individual player that sticks out to you for this squad? And do you that's going to be enough to carry this team over the line against TDR tomorrow?
Yeah, I do think 2 players that really come to mind for Iconic. I think obviously the main one would probably be Hunter Will Steele, a player that going into the CCS he was one of the players that we thought, okay, this guy could be a pretty good player for this team. Ended up kind of slumping in the beginning, but he's actually started rising up to be a very strong player for this team, and also their AD carry. It's Farachi, I believe. He seems to be a player that this team really likes to play around. He gets most of the kills on the squad, and he plays these scaling types of champions where if you get this player to be very high kills towards the middle to late parts of the game, he can very often carry those games out. So, I do think, for Hunter Will Steele, kind of the early game aggressive champions that he likes to play, he can kind of carry his team through the early stages of the game, and then going into mid to late game, that's where Farachi can shine.
Really complementing each other there, taking advantage of some early game aggression from the jungle and then allowing that to carry over into that late game carry that we know that Farachi can and will become in those late game scenarios. Daydream, I'm going to come over to you now because you chose TDR to win this series. I know you're maybe more of a Wednesday specialist here in the CCS, but what is it that makes you think TDR is the stronger team in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it feels really bad to sit here, with Yoey telling him that I don't think he's going to make playoffs, but I think
He'll have
that
his say next.
Iconic is a very scrappy team. They go to game 3 a lot, and I think that against a team like TDR, which I feel like has a pretty simple, game plan, I feel like a lot of their success has come through playing through their mid laner TDR Matt. I think they have a clear, game plan, clear point to go through, and I don't think they have to scrap with Iconic in the way that Iconic most likely will. I think if TDR, falters and starts playing Iconic's game, they'll probably lose, but I think that is the less likely scenario.
So your advice to TDR is just play your game. Don't try to get too caught up in some of the early game aggression that we might see and just keep on keeping on with the program that they've got so far.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Yoey, give you some time here to defend yourself. Some CCS fans may not remember that this is actually your team's second CCS split after rebranding from Lemon Citrus. Last year, you did make quarterfinals to lose, unfortunately, 3-1 to PGO. What do you think is better about this iteration of your roster, and how do you think that's going to help you guys succeed this time come playoffs?
So my main thought is quality of life changes throughout play, champion pool, and players.
Okay.
We've gone through a couple rotations of supports and junglers throughout since Lemon Citrus, and I feel like we're a lot more collected. We have a lot more of an identity, and I feel like if we're going back to like last year, if anyone remembers, we threw a lot. So I feel like we don't throw as often with this squad we got running, and I feel much more confident going into playoffs.
That's good to hear. Yeah, definitely. I feel like maybe just consistency being the biggest factor there from all 5 roles, all 5 players gelling together a little bit more to come together as a more solid 5-man unit.
Yeah, you said it better than I did.
Awesome. That's good to hear. Well, obviously, I think you're going to be predicting that you're going to take home the dub tomorrow against TDR. Daydream obviously thinks otherwise. Orion, we haven't really had your prediction yet, so let's see. Let's break this tie. Who do you think?
Yeah, so my prediction is also TDR. Very similar to Chelsea here. I do think that TDR is a more sound team. I do think Iconic is a lot more scrappy. They kind of rely on the other teams making mistakes and kind of pushing that game 3 and hoping that the enemy team has like some pretty misplayed situations. I feel like TDR is just, I don't know. I feel like the team that is more expected to kind of do better in this situation. Hopefully Iconic, for these guys, they're able to kind of pull off some very scrappy fights, really get in there with some of their champions. And maybe since they've been playing together for such a long time, they do have a lot of confidence, right, after kind of beating Horizon Gaming. So like maybe this will propel them forward and be able to take this series off TDR as well.
Feels like both these teams are on the rise. TDR definitely trending upwards toward the end of the split, and Iconic Severance, I mean, a very impressive win last week against Horizon Gaming. So it's going to be a tight one. That one's going to be on tomorrow on the CCS, so don't miss that one. Yoey, best of luck to you and the team in that match. Moving on to our next game in the Thursday conference, it is Predictive Gaming Odin versus Horizon Gaming. And both teams, PGO and Horizon, probably less than thrilled with their records so far, given the expectation that they did have coming into the split. And so, Daydream, we've kind of seen the good, the bad, and the ugly from both of these teams. So, which of them do you think has a better chance of overcoming their demons? Because they've both clinched playoffs now. So they are going to get a run into playoffs. Which of these two teams do you think is going to go further?
I definitely think that Predictive Gaming Odin one is going to take the win today, tomorrow, I guess,
Yeah.
and they're going to stand a better chance of making a deep playoff run. Horizon Gaming, they sort of just look really sad right now. They've had a lot of roster changes. They lost Crawl at the start of the off season, or at the start of the season, which honestly probably has been the biggest thing that has hurt them the most. They're bringing back Scomps over Decerus, which is probably better for like team chemistry and stuff. But as like a straight player, it's not like that's not like an upgrade. And suddenly you're now playing with a different AD carry. They dropped Gregorio, #free Gregorio. Like that team looks to be in shambles. Their top laner is leaving the server after every loss. They look to be like on fire mode. And for the side of Predictive Gaming Odin, Puffzone gets memed a lot, but I feel like that team is like a whole like degree like more together than Horizon Gaming.
Okay.
I'm sure like teams, I'm sure like the most stable teams probably could like do something against Predictive Gaming Odin, but I don't think Horizon Gaming is in any place to talk about, being stable.
It's interesting that you say stable when it comes to PGO, because a couple weeks ago, if you had said that, I think some people would have been questioning it a little bit, but they definitely have looked a lot better, right? Coming now into the end of the split, seems like they've figured out a few of their issues, and they had a lot of them, I think, come at the beginning of the split, but it seems like they've worked through some of that as a team, and definitely are on the up and up as well. Horizon, they've been sitting basically in second place here in the Thursday standings all season long. I don't think they're going to be very willing to relinquish that spot of second place, especially considering getting that second seed means you dodge playing Goldfish Gaming until the conference finals. So it's definitely huge for each of these teams wanting to get that first round bye clinched for sure, and then also having the opportunity to not have to play against the best team in Thursday, at least right off the bat coming into the playoffs. So Yoey, I'm gonna come over to you here. You're pretty familiar with Horizon. You obviously beat them last week, and so for CCS fans who weren't able to watch those games, break down a little bit for us how you were able to take that victory, and maybe what you guys viewed as the weakest points here for Horizon.
So do you want me to go into like detail, or do you want me to just like be kind of vague?
Yeah, I mean, talk a little bit. Maybe like, was there something in draft or play style that really helped you guys against them?
So from what I see from Horizon, their strong suits are their mid and bot lane. So overall, their top side of the map is kind of weak. So what we kind of did, we just kind of like hard focus on their top side of the map, and just played objective game on them.
I think a certain someone by the name of Huffzone might be pretty interested in hearing that. I'm sure you like to put the carry pants on and get into some of that action. Orion, you also picked PGO to win this one. How much did Horizon's surprise loss last week kind of influence your pick in this one?
I would say it influenced it enough to where I was leaning towards PGO to win this one before they lost to Iconic.
Okay.
And then when they lost to me, I was like, okay, like, PGO, while they did, had the pretty major slump like a couple weeks back, they have actually started picking up some solid wins. They've been playing much better together, like as a team as a whole. And they're kind of peaking at kind of the right time. Horizon is a team that peaked very, very early, and now they're kind of slumping. And it's the last week of the regular season, and this is not the time that you want to be slumping. This is time you want to have all of your ducks in a row. You want to have it all figured out, because playoffs is what really matters. Yes, you can have a chance to finish second place here if you beat PGO, but if you lose out in the first round, or if you lose out after the bye week, then ultimately your season was for naught. So, hopefully, for Horizon, they're able to they had a week of practice. They're able to kind of figure some things out. They're able to kind of, basically get their stuff together, or PGO, I think, is just going to run away with this one.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like PGO the up and up, maybe Horizon Gaming trending downwards just a little bit with that loss last week. We'll see if they can stabilize, stop the ship from rocking too much, and maybe take a win here this week. I think if they do take a win here against PGO, then maybe we get some of that confidence back. Like, hey, yeah, this is legitimately the second place team in the Thursday conference. They deserve the bye, and they're going to come out with something special in playoffs as well. So I'm really excited for both these Thursday matches. I mean, obviously coming up with playoffs here, there's lots on the line for all of these teams, and that just makes for such exciting games. So that's going to be awesome. That is our 2 stream matches for Thursday tomorrow. So make sure you guys tune into those. But we also have some games tonight because it's Wednesday, baby. We've got TA Night versus Dorado Gaming. That's going to be our first matchup of the night. Dorado coming up off a couple tough losses in a row. They've lost to OK Infinite in week 7 and TA Light in week 8. This was a team who was looking really, really solid a couple weeks ago, and now, instead of being 4-2, they are 4-4. So Daydream, I'll come over to you here first. We know that Dorado has been a very successful org, especially this year. They won Victoris, and had even another team, I think, in finals in a different league. And so is this Omega lineup in particular a weaker roster, or do we think that there's something else is maybe troubling Dorado in the last 2 weeks of CCS?
I mean, I don't want to expose the whole org. We did recently we did win Victorious. That's the Zeta roster that honestly probably could wipe the CCS blindfolded. But for Omega, I know this entire split they've sort of had a lot of problems, having a consistent roster, sort of similar to Horizon in the other group. I mean, they've specifically their support role. I mean, all the other 4 players have been consistent, and with Caleb's work schedule, they tried to find another support recently, but things are back, and now he's back on the roster, but they've had a lot of trouble, at least sort of getting into that groove that you would hope for. Obviously, they had a really good start to this season, but I feel like that was more of an effect of their schedule being really, really easy rather than the team sort of having clicked and then is sort of losing something now. I think, week after week they're, in the lab grinding, and they're still like trying to make that click happen. Unfortunately, this is in fact the last week of the regular season, and they are
Yeah.
running out of time to unlock the full potential of that roster.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, they are sitting at 4-4, potentially could be knocked out of playoffs if things don't go their way. So a win here, of course, would help them secure that spot. They'd be sitting at 5-4 and would definitely lock playoffs then. So, of course, they're going to be looking for that win. But yeah, things are coming down to the wire here for Dorado, which I don't think would have been expected if you asked me that a couple weeks ago. So we'll see if they can maybe make a little bit of a comeback here against TA Knight. And Yoey, I want to get your perspective a little bit on this matchup as a top laner, because Moonshot, the top laner for Dorado Gaming, has played 15 unique champions in 17 games, which is pretty insane, I think, if you ask anyone. That's a champion ocean, if I've ever seen one. So for TA Knight, and specifically Ulveric, their top laner, do you have any advice about how maybe you would go about prepping for a player who has so much flexibility in draft and so much potential to play different styles and different roles?
So just as like a general thing, if they played 15 champions in 17 games, I wouldn't expect you to predict what they're gonna play.
Yeah.
So what I would do is prepare some blind picks, and seeing how Moonshot's been playing really, really well, and I know Ulrich is a solid laner. I think that's gonna be a very interesting matchup to watch, dependent on the champion that Moonshot decides to play.
Right.
But I think it's mostly just gonna come down to if he decides to keep playing more random champions, or he just decides to stick with what works.
I'm actually curious because 15 unique champions. Let's see what he's played so far. It's Ornn, Jax, Mordekaiser, Urgot, Aurelia. There's another Ornn, Mundo, Gangplank, Tryndamere, Akshan, Malphite, Maokai, Sion, Darius, Graves, Yorick are all of the champions that they've played so far. I might have gotten a couple duos in there, but I mean, that is insane. That's so many different weak side top laners, a few carry picks with Aurelia and Tryndamere. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Yoey. There is no predicting what Moonshot is playing next. I want to see him whip out a new unique champion. I don't know how many top champs he's got left, but I mean,
He probably has like a wheel of a bunch of champions and just like rolls it.
He just hits the random key every week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Orion, gonna come over to you here. You chose TA Knight to take this match. So what do you think it is about TA Knight right now that gives them the edge against Dorado Gaming?
I think it's just that TA Knight is just peaking at the right time. I think with the move that Ulveric to top, bringing in Dallas to ADC, it's been a really solid change for them. I feel like it didn't even really need the change. Like Ulveric was probably already probably the best bot lane of Wednesday's group, and then you put him top and you bring in Dallas, and they're still performing as well. So I feel like this team can definitely cause a lot of damage in playoffs even if like DNX and Hardhead Zone just aren't careful about this team. But I do think this team is the clear, easy third seed of this group, and I feel like they should be able to handle Dorado tonight.
Expecting them to take the dub. Daydream, you obviously have a little bit more insider information. Do you think that TA Knight is going to be able to take this win as well?
Yeah, I think it's close, right? Like, obviously, in my heart and in my biased heart, I want Dorado to win.
Yeah.
But I think that, like, saying that Dorado is anything but the underdogs would be a lie. Obviously, like, I have faith in the org. I have faith in my friends that, if they play at their potential, they have a good chance of being TA Knights. But, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
We'll see if they can climb that mountaintop and keep their playoff hopes alive. Yoey, you might not be as familiar with some of these Wednesday teams, but do you have a prediction for me for this match here?
For the TA Knight Dorado?
Yeah.
I think TA Knight takes the win.
TA Knight 2-0, 2-1. What are you feeling?
I'd probably say 2-1.
2-1. Give Dorado a chance, get a game back for them. Yeah, I mean, like I say, Dorado, if they drop this game, they need things to go right for them if they want to make the playoffs. They're currently sitting at 5th. Collective Effort is just one game behind them, having already played actually their 9th match. So if they do drop to 4 and 5, they would be tied with Collective Effort. I actually haven't checked who wins that head-to-head, but things could get really scary if Yaoke Infinite can get a win, because that's another team that's pushing for a playoff berth here. Lots of teams trying to claw their way into that 6th spot, so a lot on the line here. Moving on, though, we have one more match to talk about before we get into some League of Legends. We've saved the best for last for our mainstream tonight. The CCS features a matchup that many have been waiting to see all split long. It is DNX taking Hard Hat Zone in a series that might mean more momentum going into playoffs than anything else. It also is going to mean who gets to win the Wednesday standings. It will determine our top seed coming out of Wednesday. But both teams have already locked in their first round bye. They are both undefeated so far through their match record. Hard Hat Zone having only dropped 2 games in that record. DNX only dropping 1, so slightly ahead of them in terms of game record. But Yoey, given the successes that we've seen from both of these teams, do you think that the choice of opponent is something that either of them highly value, or do you kind of feel like for either of them it's like, whoever we play, we're just going to be better?
I feel like the choice definitely matters.
Okay.
Because I feel like personally, top 4 of Wednesday, and I feel like top 4 is like up at like a higher tier, and then anything under the top 4 is like a decent gap.
Right.
So I feel like the choice matters to try to dodge the best team you can for as long as you can.
Maybe not have to face TA Knight or TA Light until maybe the finals, or at least give them the opportunity to play against the other team there. See if they can knock them down, and then face up against either DNX or Hard Hat Zone, obviously, in the final. Okay, I like that. I mean, I think both these teams are really confident in their abilities. Obviously, they've beaten every other team already in Wednesday standing, so I'm sure they have no doubt in their abilities to take a series in a 5-game scenario. But I think you're right. Yeah, I mean, even being able to choose a team that makes you feel like your play style fits a little bit better against them, it can be huge, especially for a series that's so long as a 5-game series. You're going to have draft adaptations and different things like that coming through. Orion, I'm happy you're here because we need someone to balance out Daydream's extreme bias in this area. So you've selected Hard Hat Zone to win. Is there a particular player or maybe a particular lane for Hard Hat Zone that you think is going to give them that advantage?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the bot lane actually. I do think the one lane that DNX did get picked on pretty hard was their bot lane. Mori and Exernian really got punished by Yolveric and Snowlife, and we saw that kind of on repeat. And I feel like Dragon Mooncake and I think it's Big Boy definitely do shit. They've shown to be kind of like that very aggressive style, the very punishing style. And then they also have Alternative, who is very competent player in the mid lane, where he like push at his mid lane and make plays in the bot side, also with Llama as well. And if that bot lane's not careful, they are definitely going to be continuously punished. I do think also Hard Hat Zone is probably the first team that can match DNX in all 5 roles. I do think Panzora is probably the better player than Bennett, but I don't think the gap is just so huge to where Panzora is just going to 1v9 the game, 1v1 through top side like he's done so many times.
So do you think that this might be a case of Hard Hat Zone trying to win through bot side, DNX maybe trying to win through that top side, and we kind of get this cross map pressure that we've seen so many teams try against DNX so far?
Yeah, it kind of just depends on the draft, right? It really depends on like what type of style we want to see. I mean, obviously we've seen a lot of these like weak side carries from Mori. It's where he plays the Ezreal, he plays the Ziggs, he kind of just plays more or less for his team, trying to not draw as much pressure. And then we've also seen Panzora mostly play like these carry type champions, but we've also seen him play some of the scaling weak side champions like the GP. So he definitely has multiple styles of playing. So it really just kind of comes down to what type of style they want to counter Hard Hat Zone, because we know most likely Hard Hat Zone is going to want to play very aggressive, want to win the game by 20-25 minutes. It's more or less, okay, how does DNX want to actually counter that out?
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go over to Daydream because I'm sure you're dying to get a piece of the conversation. I'm sure you probably have lots to say about this DNX team as a coach and former member of the roster. So I know it's easy to point towards of individual skill amongst this team starters, but outside of pure like skill diff for the players here, what sets DNX apart from highly successful teams like Hard Hat Zone?
I don't know. I guess we're just smarter, is how I'd phrase it, right? Because if we're all like mechanically better and we also have better macro, like I don't know how teams beat us unless I fall asleep, and then we draft Lucian, Nami, Shyvana, and TOK. Okay, on like the actual notes, I feel like from my perspective, coming in as an 8-0 team, versus another 8-0 team,
Mhm.
I don't, this series, first or second is like nice, having that opponent selection. I think if TA Knight and OK both make it to playoffs, though, I don't think it matters, because to be honest, both of those teams are like vaguely scary, and they're both about the same skill level. First or second, like at the end of the day, this matchup is really should be treated just as an opportunity to play against a good team. And if we lose, like, we can take a lot from that. I
Yep.
want it to be a close series. I want, my team to be challenged, because I don't feel like they have been challenged really at all this entire split. And, in terms of, getting better, staying consistent, and, not to get upset in like playoffs, I think
Mm.
a challenging series would be good. I also know that Hard Hat Zone was kind of hose mad that we made them play Wednesday, so I do actually kind of want to beat them again now. Bennett's gonna get gapped. He's not even top 3 top laner in Wednesday, but
Ooh, we
it
got
is
some
how it is.
shade coming out. Bennett ain't even here to defend himself, but maybe he can defend himself on the ring tonight. Daydream, I love that you touched on, the draft a little bit there, because this is a game where I think it's going to be exciting to see what these teams are going to draft. Do we think that this is a scenario where teams are wanting to win enough where they might reveal some maybe spicy picks or pocket picks that they've been planning, or do we think it's maybe more something that they're going to save for playoffs in a couple of weeks or next week?
I mean, obviously, I'm not going to leak our draft, and honestly, Hard Hat's drafts never make sense anyway, so I don't think there's really a good answer to that question.
Fair enough. Orion, do you agree with Daydream there? What do you think we could see tonight? Do we think maybe more Tryndamere out of Panzora, something to just put the carry pants on, try and get that top lane gap like Daydream was talking about?
Well, let's see. Panzora did come on after their match talking about how Hard Hat Zone does have like draft tendencies that can be pretty exploitable. I do think, obviously, we've kind of memed about the whole Mooncake playing Nautilus thing, right?
Yep.
The guy has like been one of his main champions, whether or not he still has lost on that champion, so it's like whether or not he ends up getting the Nautilus or not. You can still kind of pick champions around that. It really just depends on, like I said earlier, just like how DNX is able to adapt around their drafts, and just actually being able to like point out like things like, okay, they have this flaw in the draft, we can select these champions, because I would say Hard Hat Zone is a lot more linear than what DNX is.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Hard Hat Zone definitely much more the tried and true team. They like to play through mid and jungle, and even the support pairing up with the jungler to try and make some of those roams and ganks happen. And from there, they just try and snowball the game and try to play the game at a really fast pace. And I think that for DNX, they've shown that they can handle that, right? Like they can play to a fast pace themselves, or they can just play the scaling style. So we'll see exactly what these teams do want to do in that game. I know I'm excited to get it underway. I'm hoping for a 3-game series. I want to see 3 games out of these two teams. We haven't had the pleasure of seeing them go head to head yet, and I think Daydream's absolutely right. Both of these teams, okay, yeah, they've dropped a game here or there, but I don't think they've been fully challenged, and I think the first time here in week 9 we're going to get to see the full potential out of both of these teams as they do clash on the Rift. So really looking forward to that one. Before we move on, Yoey, I want to get your prediction for this match. I don't know how much of the Wednesday conference you've been able to watch, but who's your favorite in this one?
So I don't know a lot of the players on Hard Hat Zone, but I do know a couple of the names on DNX.
Okay.
And from what I've seen from the people I know on DNX, they all seem to be relatively really good players. So I'm just going to give this 2-1 DNX.
2-1 DNX, hoping for a close series. All right. Obviously, Daydream is saying DNX going to come away with the win here. Orion, do you agree with that, or do you think Hard Hat Zone are going to make something special happen here?
Yeah, I do think that Hard Hat Zone is going to make something special happen.
All right.
I think that they are going to kind of, I would say maybe surprise them a little bit. DNX is probably going into it pretty confident. Like they just think that, okay, like we're going to win this match no matter what they do. Their drafts are so linear. Like we can just predict what they're going to do. It's going to be fine. But the second, I feel like if Hard Hat Zone comes out swinging and like really gives it to DNX game 1, I'm really excited to see how they actually bounce back, because basically every game DNX has played has been full control They have it's never really felt like they're like losing in the game. Like even when Panzora was like 0-3, I think in the game, where he was just getting like permacamp top lane, and everyone else was just like constantly winning, and he still ended up having a very strong impact throughout that game as well. So I've never actually seen this team lose, and I want to see this team like struggle just to see how well they're actually able to bounce back. And I feel like HHZ could be the team to do that.
Yeah, I think both these teams, we haven't seen them play from behind very often at all, so it will be interesting to see. I'll be watching closely how they do handle themselves, if they do find themselves at a little bit of a deficit or falling behind through the early stages. Because especially for Hard Hat Zone, I mean, I know you talk a lot about DNX and how they just innately build up leads, but Hard Hat Zone is a team that have gotten early action a lot. They've gotten early kills on Llama and on their mid laner a lot, and when they don't have those early kills, I'm interested to see how some of the aggressive plays that they go for do end up playing out. Maybe it ends up a little bit differently than what they're used to, right? So I'm definitely looking forward to this match. It will be on CCS 1 here, starting in about 25 minutes, so hang around for that after the analyst desk. And before we do end off here for the AD, I have one more question that needs answered. MVP is coming up. I want to talk about the race for the most valuable player here in the CCS. I think a lot of people expect the winner of the MVP to come from one of these two teams facing off tonight, Hard Hat Zone or DNX. Daydream, how much do you think the outcome of this series affects people's perspective in terms of that MVP race?
I think for MVP, it might be different. I think a lot of people, have varying definitions of like who the MVP should be. I think in terms of this match, I think all pro, like I guess first team, second team CCS is probably going to have more implications, but I definitely think there are a lot of MVP candidates that are going to be playing in this match. I know the names I hear the most are Panzora and Marcel, or I guess Marcel if he shows up tonight, I don't know. But I think, obviously if either of them, either like destroy, completely 1v9 the series, or B, get absolutely exposed by their, lane opponent, I think that definitely will have a big impact on, people's, perception of who the MVP in the CCS should be.
Absolutely true. Orion, who's your front runner right now for MVP? I know, putting you on the spot a little bit.
I would probably say, so we're considering the entire CCS, right? Like Thursday and Wednesday. Okay, I would probably go with Okami in the mid lane for Goldfish Gaming.
Okay.
I feel like Okami is like destroying a lot of the enemy in that Thursday group, and I feel like without him, I feel like Goldfish Gaming would probably be not nearly as good. Hence, where the word valuable comes from. I feel like if you take Panzora out of the situation, I feel like DNX is still a really solid team. Obviously, he just makes him that much better. I do think, even with Marcel, I feel like, yes, like he is obviously dominating the mid lane as well, but Hard Zone has been dominating a lot with Llama, and their bot lane has been performing exceptionally well. So they're still really solid teams, but I also feel like Okami is just having the most impact for a team with Goldfish Gaming.
Isn't
go ahead.
Isn't the voting for separate divisions though? I thought there was going to be a separate Thursday and Wednesday MVP.
You might be right. Yes,
That's
there
at least
is.
what Clay and I talked about.
Yeah, I think you're right. So yeah, Okami definitely front runner for Thursday. Orion, do you have a different player here for the Wednesday conference? It seems like you think of the MVP player as someone who is the most valuable to their team. So not necessarily the best performing player, but someone who, if you take them out of their roster starts to fall apart.
Yeah, so I would honestly probably go back to, there's multiple, kind of like what Chelsea said, and for this game, there's a lot of MVP candidates in this one. There's obviously Panzora has been performing exceptionally well, but then you also have other players on DNX that kind of take away from like his individual votings come from. So like, when you have a team that is performing at such an extremely high level, it's really hard to kind of pinpoint players that are doing exceptionally well, except for the players that just perform on the score like day in and day out, which is what Panzora has been doing. I feel like all the players in DNX are very solid players, but some of the players don't always get the same amount of credit that Panzora does.
Right.
And then we also have, obviously alternative in the mid lane for Hard Hat Zone. So I feel like obviously, this is going to be a pretty exciting matchup. So I'm pretty excited to see how this one goes.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that is going to do it for us today for the analyst desk here at the CCS in week 9. Thank you so much, Yoey, for being with us here today. Daydream, you as well. We appreciate you both.
Yeah,
Thank you
sure.
for having me. Oh,
It's
we
our
both spoke at the same time.
it's our pleasure. Thank you guys again. We wish both of you the best of luck here. It was you fight for your final games here in the CCS, and for the rest of you watching, we will see you back here in about 20 minutes for DNX versus Hard Hat Zone. It's week 9, baby. Let's go. We'll be back. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the CCS Week 9. My name is Lindor, joined today, as always, with one and only Orion. And we've got DNX versus Hard Hat Zone going at it here today, battling for first place in the Wednesday standings. Orion, I'm not going to lie, I am very, very excited for this matchup tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty hard not to be super excited for this matchup. You have two teams playing at the top of their game. You know, two teams that haven't dropped a single match record yet. Both teams at 8-0. I think Hard Hat Zone has dropped 2 games. DNX has dropped the 1 game. So they both have lost some games. They haven't actually dropped the series match, which is, really exciting to see both these teams. Unfortunately, one team does have to lose their perfect run tonight, but it should still be a very banger of a series.
Absolutely should be. Teams are getting ready here into the draft. One thing to note, actually, is that for Hard Hat Zone, their regular mid laner here, Alternative, is actually not in the lineup. They do have a substitute here today, so not having one of their, general starting players, one of the strongest players in their lineup, is going to change things for them a little bit here. But Orion, you talked on the analyst desk a little bit about how this team should be playing for the bot side, you think, in this matchup, really unlock Dragon Mooncake to try and roam around the map and get things done on some of these engaged champions that we've seen them play. And so maybe for mid only here today, they can just try and go even in lane, try and be safe. They don't have to be necessarily a point of pressure for the team, and they can try to rely more on Llama and Dragon Mooncake to carry this team.
Yeah, I do think Hard Hat Zone's dynamic certainly changes when having BBB mid only. Alternative is having a very strong split. Definitely a contender for being one of the best mid laners of the Wednesday's division of CCS. So bringing mid only, he has played some games before, so
Yeah.
he's not necessarily like completely new to the team. Like they're not just bringing in some random guy that is like, oh, okay, like we're just like for funning this match. This guy is very, very going to be very serious for this team. Obviously, this should still be a very, very close match. But it should be a little bit of I would say, not as strong team with mid only in the lineup for tonight.
Yeah, definitely maybe a weaker version of the roster. Like you say, Mid only did play in 2 series actually so far. Played in their series against Collective Effort as well as TA Light, it looks like. Played Victor in 4 of those 6 games. Also had an Orianna and a Cassiopeia game. So definitely just looking for some of these scaling control mage style champions, it looks like. And that isn't necessarily what we see out of Alternative. Alternative is much more the carry player, right? They've played LeBlanc, they've played Yasuo, they've had even a Cassiopeia game themselves, a Rise game, which maybe are more that mage style, but definitely is much more willing to go for those aggressive outplay style type of champions.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that, like I said earlier, Hard Hat Zone's style is this very aggressive style, and that usually like it very much plays into what exactly they like, kind of the way that they want to play. Alternative is the guy that especially in the beginning of the season, he was very much like playing these types of champions that could like very much be very, very aggressive, kind of take some ego checks here and there, and kind of like style on some people. BBB mid only, like you mentioned earlier, his champion pool is more of the control mage. You had Victor, Orianna, Cassiopeia, champions that rely more on their items and more of their late game scaling instead of just straight up styling on people. So I'm curious to see what kind of dynamic they end up going for. Are they going to play more for BBB mid only, like give him more comfort and say, okay, we're going to keep you on the mages. We're going to play a little bit more for later game scaling, but that does affect everyone else of what they want to do. Dragon Mooncake likes to be very active on the map. He likes to kind of win lane for himself in the 2v2 with Big Boy and then take that power elsewhere. And if you're playing for control mage mid, obviously you still need to kind of hover the mid laner to make sure he's able to push out his waves. Doesn't get his waves stuck in a very awkward position, especially for champions like the Victors, the Oriannas of the world, where their early stages mana just isn't quite there to really sustain themselves in that lane, where they actually have to they need someone to help push out their lane more often than not in the early stages of the game. So definitely look for Dragon Mooncake and also Llama to help him in that lane. But at the same time, for a team like DNX, Shady Gecko, and Vier have a very similar understanding that they're probably going to look to do this very similar combo. I do know that for Vier, the 2 champions that he's been playing a lot in the past couple of weeks, the Vex and the Ahri can cause a lot of havoc for those control mages early on in the stages.
Yeah.
If their waves do get stuck in an awkward position.
Right.
And also, if Shady Gecko is able to pull up on the Volibear or the Hecarim, like he's been showing a lot of prowess on, then it could be a pretty spicy early stage of the game, and it looks like we're getting into draft.
We are, in fact, getting into draft. Ready checks have been dropped, and here we go. Game 1 of DNX versus Hard Hat Zone. I think that a mid lane focus ban pool is probably what to expect. You already touched on the Vex and the Ahri that Vier loves to play. Has 5 games on the Vex so far this split. Looks like 4 on the Ahri, so easily his 2 most played. And we'll see if those are the types of champions that Hard Hat Zone is going to want to be focusing. So far, it's a Cinder ban out of DNX. I'm expecting that just to be a pocket pick out of mid only. Obviously hasn't had the chance to play it yet, so maybe it was banned out against them. And there's the Ahri coming out already.
Yeah, I do like the Cinder band. If DNX is looking to pick Vex, I feel like Cinder's a really solid answer. You actually outrange Vex for like most of the game, and it's really hard for Vex to actually get on top of you without landing her ultimate ability. But finally, someone has banned Nautilus against Dragon Mooncake. But so far, both I really like the bans targeting both mid laners. Obviously, for Mori, he likes the kind of the play and the passive kind of style with the Ezreal and the Ziggs and all those bans. So far, bans make a lot of sense for both these teams. Shin Yi Hover for DNX. I like it. I like the respect here. Giving respect to TSM finishing in 9th place, tied for last place. But the big boy actually getting the respect with his Vel'Koz pick as well. So DNX don't want to pick that one as well.
Yeah, Big Boy has played some mages in the bot side, mainly the Vel'Koz, but looking at some of the other games, they've actually played the Syndra themselves, so definitely is very, very comfortable on those mage picks in the bot lane, and is actually more common for them to go for mages than anything else, so kind of can be a double ban there, banning out a potential mid lane Vel'Koz, but also it is more focused towards Big Boy, and Rakan going to be the last ban here out of Hard Hat Zone, taking that away from Exernian, who had a fantastic showing on it last week, I thought. So, yeah, I think these bans so far, both these teams make a lot of sense. I think that they are aware of the playstyle that the enemy team is going for and wanting to kind of take away a few of those options.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see Volibear here B1 for DNX. A champion that is very strong in the meta, and it's a very powerful champion for Shady Gecko. It also just kind of fits his style. I would say Volibear is probably the best jungler. Now that a lot of the Gore Triggers got nerfed, Hecarim got nerfed, so all the champions around him kind of got hit, but Volibear has he was a strong champion, and now since everyone else around him he kind of got nerfed, he is kind of rising up. Every game that I've seen Dragon Mooncake play, it's always been Nautilus. So I don't know if he can play anything else. Not saying that he doesn't have a champion pool. I'm just saying that it's just very different. As we do see Jarvan the Fourth and Senna locked in. One thing to note, Hard Hat Zone is not allowed to pick Tahm Kench this game in the bot lane that's paired with Senna. It is still a bug to where anytime Senna goes in camouflage and Tahm Kench eats, both champions disappear. Completely. You can't see him at all. You can't even see the Senna E at all. It's very weird interaction that CCS does not want to have to deal with. But just a bit of a heads up here for the rest of the draft.
Yeah, Senna is one of those, marksman-style champions that Big Boy is comfortable on, so I am just expecting that to be the Senna 80 carry. Whether it's going to be fasting Senna or not, we'll have to see what they want to do with the rest of the draft, but it is Vex now locked in for Vier, going to be very, very comfortable on that pick, is going to be able to provide some diving power alongside this Volibear, so already DNX drafting a cohesive composition here, drafting a lot of power picks and a lot of comfort for them. We'll see what they want to get here with their last pick before we move into the second bans. Zeri going to get picked up for this team.
Yep, makes a lot of sense into the Jarvan champion that likes to keep in mobile champions locked up in his cataclysm, and Zeri being probably the most mobile champion in League of Legends with just straight up basic abilities and just movement speed that she can garner. It's very hard to actually lock her down, and I do think with the Vex of the Volibear going forward, Jarvan's Cataclysm so far doesn't actually have a whole lot of use in straight up team fights, but we do see the very reliable Victor here in the mid lane. They probably realized that, okay, we're going to be playing this Vex v Victor matchup. We're perfectly fine taking it. But so far, very predictable draft, I would say, for both teams.
Yeah, I think the two things that maybe are a little bit unpredictable are the Zeri for DNX. Not because Zeri's getting picked, but just because Mori actually hasn't played it yet on stage this split. So will be their first game on the Zeri pickup here in the bot lane. And on the other side for Hard Hat Zone, the Jarvan for Llama is not necessarily usually their first pick. I think it's only their second time drafting this champion for Llama. So a couple, unique picks coming out here for week 9. Obviously, I'm sure these teams have been practicing these picks in scrims, but not something that we've seen very commonly from each of them as we do move into the second ban phase here. We're going to see some top lane focus out of Hard Hat Zone. Not surprised to see them wanting to limit Panzora, and it looks like DNX are just going to want to kind of limit some of those weak side champions that can just kind of negate some of those matchups for Panzora.
Yeah, I would assume Hard Hat Zone is going to pick their support on R4. It would make a lot of sense to give Bennett the counter pick in this matchup just because Panzora, like we kind of talked about earlier in the analyst test, the guy has been dominating this league. He's by far, I would say, the best top laner in Wednesday's group. And 2 champions so far, very blind pickable champions. Tom Kinch ban would not make any sense whatsoever just because the champion is just, like, you're not allowed to pick Tom Kinch in this game, so you're kind of just a free ban. I don't actually know if DNX should know this. It's not hidden information. It was told before the teams, like a day before. They ban it anyways because I guess they're for funning. So they only have 4 bans this game. But I'm very curious to see what this support pick is actually going to be because like we talked about earlier, Dragon Mooncake is the champion that he's the kind of player that likes to play very aggressive champions. These hook like level champions. And if he plays maybe Leona for the extra lockdown, it can, like, if Zeri takes cleanse and you miss Solar Flare, it can be pretty hard. They actually go more for the supportive, and Ben Braum very good at blocking what Vex and Volibear want to do. It's very hard to just run through Braum. It's a champion that just puts up a gigantic wall and a gigantic shield and says you are not allowed to pass.
Yeah, absolutely true. Some protection for some of these ranged backline carries that they do have in the Senna and the Victor. And like you said, Orion Hard Hat Zone looking to get the counter pick for the top side, make sure that Panzora doesn't have a really, really good matchup, at least up there for them to try and take over the game. So I think that's smart. We see the Yuumi locked in here now to pair up with that Zeri. That's a pretty scary combo. Really, really annoying to play. Zeri already goes zoom on the Rift, and with the extra zoomies from Yuumi, it gets a bit nuts. So I like that pickup from them. Can also help with some of the dive here if it wants to sit on the Volibear or the Vex and go forward. And if we get a set here, this composition for DNX, I think, is looking very scary. The amount of dive options that they have is so good. And this set, I mean, Orion, you talk about how the Braum can step forward, try and use that Glacial Fissure to deny some of that engage, but if the set just yeets you right onto your backline, there's no hope for you to try and deny that engage. So I really like that set pickup here.
Yep, I'm really curious to see what Bennett decides to counterpick here in this one. Set as a champion, kind of goes pretty neutral in a lot of his lanes, just due to how much. Oh my God, that's a Nasus.
Oh, we have waited a long time to see the Nasus in the top lane. Is this a counter matchup in the set? Is that kind of why this is being picked here, Orion? What's your read on this?
I would say set destroys Nasus for the first 10 minutes of the game, maybe even 15 minutes of the game.
Okay.
I do think that with Nasus' scaling ability, there's obviously, Nasus will reach a point where his Q and his base healing from his passive will be able to out-sustain any damage that set can do to him. But just the sheer melee presence that set does have, I doubt that Nasus will be able to very easily farm. It's really going to depend on how much stacks Nasus is able to get up in this lane. But Set really should be able to kind of just bully this guy out. But maybe Bennett thinks otherwise.
Yeah, it's Panzora's first set game of the season. So we're seeing a lot of new picks actually coming out from DNX here. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So the Nasus, like you're saying, is more an answer to the split push set for later on in the game, once he has some stacks and some items built up. But for Panzora, as someone who has played a lot through that split push style, through slamming lane, getting massive advantages, building Hullbreaker, and just playing for the split pressure, do you think maybe this is a set game where he can slam lane again in a positive matchup for him, and then maybe build more for the team fight and try to carry that lead over into the rest of the team and really help out in those 5v5s?
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, especially for the team dynamic that DNX is going for. We have the 2 diving champions and Theory with not necessarily diving champion, but the innate mobility, like she'd be able to get in fights, get out of fights, and kind of just dip and dive to where she's not actually getting locked down CC'd.
Yeah.
The one thing that Nasus could potentially be used in this game for is the Wither onto Zuri. Zuri, as a champion, relies 100% on her movement speed. And if you're not allowed to move because of Wither, the champion is basically stunned in place. So it actually, just due to LS, has been kind of slowly been gaining traction in the support role. I personally don't think it's that great support, but maybe LS is just like way smarter than me, and I don't have like the ability to comprehend. But it makes sense, right? The Wither slowing down a mobility champion, and you basically just can't move. But I would be surprised if Nasus is ever actually able to get in range of Zuri to ever Wither her in this matchup, because there's so much like frontline tankiness, and Zuri is able to just like stand back, and she also has Yuumi to speed her up, and Yuumi can also just build Mikhails anytime Nasus decides to Wither, or like multiple CCs or snares coming through. I really like DNX's composition in this one. I think it makes a lot of sense for what Hard Hat Zone is drafted, and if Hard Hat Zone is not careful, this could be a wipe.
Yeah, so DNX, I mean, they have this solid core of the dive buddies, right? The Volibear, the Vex, and the Set, who are just going to get in there, and then it's going to be Mori on the Zeri to kind of kite out the fights, like you say, stay on the outskirts and still dish out damage. I thought for Hard Hat Zone that they had a decent response here, right? They've got some range in the Victor and the Senna, they've got some front-to-back capabilities there, and they drafted the Braum to try and protect that backline, but I feel like the Set pick just completely counters that, because now the Braum isn't there to protect your backline. The Braum is just a one-way trip for Set onto your AD carry. So Dragon Mooncake will have to be careful with his positioning in these fights. I think that if Hard Hat Zone can kite out respectively and play these scenarios how they're meant to be, they do have potential in this game. It's not like it's a massive draft gap to the point where we're like, it's just over. But I do think it's going to be a hard game for Hard Hat Zone.
Yeah, the one thing that Hard Hat Zone does have is the infinite scaling on Senna, to where this game just goes forever. They're gonna win. I don't think it's gonna happen. I do think this game is very much in the hands of DNX. They have a lot more options of going forward and making these plays, and they have a lot of CC that they can combine together and just kind of run away with team fights. So if they're able to actually execute on their composition, it should be a fairly, I'm not going to say easy, but a fairly easily executable comp, in my opinion. I think Hard Hat Zone's composition is a lot harder to actually like pilot and move around the map and actually make sure you don't lose the game too early. Like, you want to make sure your champions do scale. You have Victor, Senna, Nasus, champions that if they are allowed to scale, they're going to become monsters. But if you lose the game before 10 to 15 minutes, your scaling doesn't matter.
Yep. All right, well, we are just waiting about 2 minutes for that spectator delay for competitive integrity, but we're going to take a little break here. But when we come back, it is game 1 of DNX versus Hard Hat Zone. These teams fighting for that first spot in the Wednesday conference. We'll be right back with game 1.
Everybody, hold on. What do you want? And lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser. Always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, everybody, for Game 1 of Hard Hat Zone versus DNX. It is DNX on the blue side, Hard Hat Zone on the red side. My name is Lindor here, as always, with Orion. And Orion, anything jumping out at you right off the bat here in this one?
A couple of things. One, just a note for everyone watching, Senna Tom Kinch is actually enabled. It finally did get fixed, so my bad on that false information. But I will say, a solid ban here. It would actually make their composition a little bit easier to play, in my opinion, for Hard Hat Zone. But they still kind of picked that supportive champion in the bot lane, so kind of very kind of similar in terms of what they're used to. But another thing is Bennett taking Spellbook and opting into starting with Heal and Flash. Now, typically with Spellbook, the reason why you want to have multiple of these options is because you're able to kind of like, you can use your TP for lane, and then you can have Exhaust and Ignite for fights later on in the game. But when you start with Heal, you basically only have like 1 or 2 TP options because it goes on cooldown for like a very big portion of the game. So he actually won't have TP for this later option, but Panzora getting very aggressive early. He does have lethal tempo in this matchup and Ignite, and we're already seeing just like, how does Bennett ever walk up into this mini wave?
Yeah, I mean, the clap back there from Panzora into 4 or 5 autos, chunking Bennett down to about half HP. Does have the Corrupting Pot, so maybe he does have some sustain here, but yeah, walking up to this minion wave, especially once Panzora hits level 2, is probably just going to mean death for this Nasus, so gonna have to make sure that he's careful with his wave states here. If he can cop a freeze, maybe that's when he can start farming up and feeling more comfortable, as we see some trading here in the bot side. Mori gonna eat the Winter's Bite and take a little bit of damage, and we check into the junglers here. Both junglers pathing towards the top side. Volibear actually opting to skip his Krugs, going for a 5 camp clear, and just as I say that, Llama pathing towards the bot lane here early on, going for a 3 camp clear, maybe looking for a mid lane gank here onto the Vex. Is going to be camping away in this bush. Volibear onto his blue buff now, so Llama falling a little bit behind here, but is going to find the flag and drag. Not going to get the knock up though, is now going to get feared away. And yeah, Llama probably takes more damage than he dishes their top lane though. Panzora getting the autos down. Is he going to use the Ignite? Not just yet. Bennett looking worse for wear though.
So the only issue with showing mid there is that Panzora has pushed top. Oh, actually turning back to mid lane.
Return gank, flash in, flag and drag will land. Vier with a nice fear, gonna get them off. BB looking very low! Vier finishes it off with the Q and flashes away to safety. The return ganks in the mid lane will come up empty here for Llama. And now Bennett in the top lane, gonna eat a haymaker, but it's not gonna matter too much. Llama, you better be careful. There's a bear in this jungle and he wants to eat you for dinner. Flag and drag for Llama to get himself away, should be out of trouble, but Shady Gecko getting aggressive in this jungle matchup with the top priority here, going over to Panzora. Should be able to invade into this red side, and Llama already burning flash, not getting anything in that mid lane gank, having a really rough early game so far on this Jarvan.
Yeah, and that death in the mid lane is going to have a very big turnaround for them, because not only is he loses his own life, but he's losing his top side camps as well, just from the pressure that Panzora has been doing in this mid lane. So really rough start here for Hard Hat Zone, and they're already at I would say a pretty big comp difference, and this is definitely not the kind of start you want to be seeing if you're Hard Hat Zone.
The one thing going in their favor right now is this bot side, at least a little bit. Big Boy with a decent CS lead so far. Mori's going to try and pick up most of these under tower, but it's a 5 or 6 lead here for Big Boy, and we are seeing Llama now path towards this bottom side. Mori and Xernean should know that Llama is here. There's really nowhere else on the map that he could possibly be. They're going to face check though. Llama misses the flag and drag on to the kitty cat and will now have to retreat into his jungle.
Yeah, I don't think Xernean would have died. I mean, obviously, there's a possibility of chain CC from the Senna and the Braum, even with a knockup. It's where Yuumi can't actually reattach to someone once she's been CC'd. But still, I mean, I don't think it would have resulted in a kill. It would have been nice, but it still wouldn't have changed much for kind of how like the state of the game is. The one thing that's been happening, though, is that this whole time, Shady Gecko has been farming his camps. His camps are respawning on the bot side. Llama still hasn't even hit a base reset for himself, so he is pretty off pace of where he really wants to be in terms of, like, I guess what the Volibear is doing. But at the same time, he's tried to gank mid twice, both times failed. Second time failed a lot worse, in the sense of just like having to blow flash and not even getting the kill, and his mid laner died in the 1v2. Definitely pretty rough for him. But so far, everything is kind of just evening out. We saw some fishing things going down. A good ward placed by, I think, Llama on the Raptors, knowing that the camp respawn was happening, and he could have potentially looked mid. But now we're going to see Victor place a ward on the top side because he knows that the Volibear is going to eventually be going to his top side camp to clear those out. So far, solid start in terms of actually understanding pathing.
Yeah, the ward for Llama there I think is huge because now they know Volibear's on the bot side. Now they can play safe mid lane, they can play safe bot side. You know, they're getting some wards down here. They have spotted him out now in the bot side river. Checking back in on this top side matchup though, Bennett with a really big wave here, trying to get this one crashed under tower. We'll see if Panzora can grab a freeze here. It is level 6 for the Nasus, so I'm not sure Panzora can go for an all-in here on this wave, so might just have it crash under tower. Is going to try and hold it as best he can, and if that lane does freeze, Bennett all of a sudden is looking really, really worrisome because yeah, they're even in CS right now, and Bennett is doing a decent job, you know, farming up. Did have to expend the heal to try and stay safe in this lane, but once Panzora hits level 6, I feel like there's all-in threat from this set.
Yeah, we are seeing Jarvan kind of path up to the topside camps. Probably some kind of knowledge, especially with that ding coming through. Ooh. That Panzora tick 6. I think he could have, if he knew, I think he was going to hit 6 right at those minions. He could have potentially been a little bit closer for Showstopper. Coming through. He also has Ignite, so I do think that could have been enough to kill, but at the same time, Nasus, when he uses his ultimate, does gain that HP back a little bit, so he could have potentially survived, but we also do have a Llama on the top half of the map as well, so maybe he just want to be a little bit more safer, but ultimately we are seeing a bit of a reset here for Bennett because his Jarvan's most likely going to be pathing away from him, so he doesn't really be playing too particularly aggressive, but good job by Shady Gecko taking away the blue buff, kind of answering back a little bit of what Llama is taking away from him. And so far, it's kind of back to even. I will say the gold lead was at about 1K, dropped down to now 500. Something to kind of note. And now Nasus actually does end up buying the Warden's Mail, so it's going to actually allow him to survive this landing at set a little bit more than what he was doing. Oh, Root does land.
Mori will be all right. Has the skate to get away. We are seeing Llama invest a little bit of time here into the mid lane. As he does kind of head back towards his bot side because his camps are spawning. The jungle trade there was a Gromp for Llama in return for Shady Gecko getting the blue buff steal there on the invade. So slightly in the favor of Shady Gecko here, has definitely been getting the better of this jungle matchup. But other than that first blood with the misplay into the mid lane, not a whole lot going on in this match. Both these teams feeling pretty safe to farm things up. The gold lead now nearing in on that 1,000 mark like you talked about, Orion. It is both junglers into the bot side though. Shady Gecko's here first. Is he going to be able to find the stun onto Big Boy? Nice cleanse coming through for the Senna. Nice ult there from Dragon Mooncake trying to split the seas, trying to come in. Now is Llama. They're going to find it. That's going to be a nice Cataclysm onto 3. Dawning Shadow over the top. Mori looking very low. The bear will all go down first. Xernean going to get stunned up here, trying to keep their 80 carry alive. But Llama is on the board. It's a triple kill for the Jarvan, and Hard Hat Zone just like that are back in it.
Oh, I'm surprised that actually went as well as it did for Hard Hat Zone, because when Llama initially went for that flag and drag, he missed the stunned targets. Oh, that could have been being so bad, but actually had enough base damage coming through with all their ultimates landing. So much raw damage coming through to the Jarvan in the early stages of the game, resulting in a triple kill here. As we do get a momentary pause, it does look like the mid laner has to do something for DNX, Vier. He said he'll be right back, but once again, a really solid bounce back here, and this is kind of the Hard Hat Zone special. You know, I feel like they have Llama on this early aggressive game jungler. He gets a couple of kills, and he kind of just steamrolls the rest of the game. So I'm curious if we're going to see that again.
I love the resilience from Llama, because after that early game, that's a scenario where you might just be like, oh man, like, we died mid lane when I tried to gank and then re-gank with my flash. We didn't get anything from that. It ended up in it spilling over into the jungle where he had his raptors and his red buff stolen away. Didn't really have anything to do on the map, but able to, you know, keep heading forward, just trust that he knows what he's doing. He knows how to come back from a situation like that and find his opportunity in the bot side there. I think really well played from Big Boy and Dragon Mooncake as well. Really nice cleanse out of the Senna. Good peel from Dragon Mooncake with the ultimate, especially landing a couple knockups as they tried to engage. And yeah, I think really for the Hard Hat Zone squad in general, a situation like this just really shows some good character, I think, from the squad.
Yeah, there's also just really good awareness from Hardhead's on it as well. Shady Gecko realized that his wave is a really good gank opportunity because they were going to have to overextend themselves in that lane to kind of re-push it out. So good timing on his part, but not quite able to land a lot of his damage because he actually had to use the Volibear ultimate to hop away in terms of trying to maybe save his own life. But usually a lot of Volibear's damage, especially like early on, is from his Empower W and just the ultimate circle damage when you like Goomba stomp somebody.
Yeah.
So using your ultimate to get away there, and then also when you jump away, landing on top of Mori and Exernian in that lane, just getting a 3-man Cataclysm was just so much damage. And Cataclysm early on in the game just does so much like flat damage. It does 264 AoE to everyone inside. So an easy just 800 damage just came piling on top of all of them.
Yeah.
Obviously it's to the 3 different targets, not 800 like to all of them. Just 264. But then you also have to consider the Braum AoE, the Senna AoE with her ultimate and her Q coming through. So just them all being stacked up together just came through so much damage. And Llama with a nice Q poke at the end to secure the triple kill. It does look like, as we're still currently paused, Driver the Fourth does have his camps respawning on the top side. He also, Bennett's lane, I do think is kind of pushing away from him. So he might have to kind of help out his top laner in that lane in terms of like making sure he doesn't get killed by Panzora here. And right now, if you're Hardhead Zone, you're feeling pretty good, I would say. You're probably not feeling super great, but when you do have the scaling team and you do have these scaling options, getting an early game lead and kind of nullifying what the playmaking team wants to do is always going to be a good feeling.
Absolutely true. I mean, there's a little bit of CS discrepancy in the top and the mid lane right now in the favor of DNX. So definitely grabbing those kills in the bot side and kind of stabilizing the game so far is going to be feeling good for them, like you say, especially with the scaling options that they do have. I'm glad you touched on this top lane matchup here, Orion, because it feels like both junglers are going to be heading towards that top side pretty soon here. It is Jarvan, like you say, with the top camp spawning, blue buff as well up here for Shady Gecko. And for Panzora, taking Ignite in this matchup, he really wants to get an early kill onto Bennett and then try to use that advantage to keep pushing the tempo of this top lane. But with the itemization from Bennett, as well as with the heal that he's chosen to pick up here in this lane, has been able to maintain a relatively safe lane state and isn't even that far behind in CS. I mean, 10 CS at 9 or so minutes in a tough matchup in the top side isn't bad at all. And so if you're Shady Gecko, I think you want to be coming towards this top side. And for Llama, he should know that and maybe look for a counter gank scenario once again in the top lane.
Yeah, that's especially, it just kind of makes sense for both junglers to be playing on the top side of the map just because their camps are spawning. And also kind of like what you mentioned, especially for, DNX, NASA scaling is like inevitable at some point. Like he is going to get his stacks, but the more you can slow the champion down, the better. It does look like we are getting some ready checks in chat, so we could be getting into action particularly soon. I do think, I'm going to kind of cheat a little bit, and Nasus has 93 sacks on his queue so far, so at the 8-minute mark isn't necessarily a whole lot. I do believe in terms of like the optimal optimal pace you can get Nasus Q stacks with, I believe it's, I want to say 200 every 10 minutes. So he is a little bit slower on some of the stacks coming through, but kind of like what I mentioned, he does kind of have his stacks coming through. It looks like Bennett is trying to push out this top lane here, but he could potentially get caught out by Panzora, and Volibear is skipping all of his camps and going straight to the top lane.
This pink ward might be the bait for Bennett here, as we do have to slowly catch up here with the spectator delay after that pause. Hopefully it won't be too long. It's a little bit anxious here for a moment. Panzora camping out so long in this lane, waiting for Bennett to step forward, who now will be doing so. Shady Gecko still in the area, is actually just going to opt into running straight into the lane. That's going to be the suplex into the tower. Nice flash heal immediately out of Bennett, but he's still going to get stunned up. Shady Gecko now is into the fray. Bennett has the ultimate on. He wants to try and fight this one out, but Panzora's holding that haymaker. He's going to come in with it now. Llama's into the fray here. Can he get a cleanup onto the backside? It actually takes a long time for Bennett to go down. He's still alive. The flash comes through. Shady Gecko picks up the kill, but now he's on the run. Nice bit of damage there coming through. Panzora will surely go down. Llama again with the counter ganks, as now Viera found out by Dragon Mooncake is going to be okay. A 2-for-1 trade here on the top side. Llama showing up huge for the hard hat zone.
Yeah, and this is one thing that Dragon Mooncake, we know that he likes to do these kinds of roam plays. He probably also a lot of communication comes from hard hat zone there, saying, hey, we need to kind of help out our top laner here. His wave is not in a great state, so really good awareness of Dragon Mooncake. And usually, like, we like to see the punish in the bot lane happening for the opposite team, but when you're playing Ziri Yumi into a Senna, it's often pretty hard to actually punish that lane. Senna does have the HP from Q coming through, and then her also slow, and then a root could come through onto Moria as well. So not the easiest champion to punish, and not the easiest champions to punish with. So they kind of just get a free 2-for-1, and Big Boy is just kind of just farming his own way down here. And
they're still looking for more here in the top side. It's going to be the Braum ultimate coming forward. Nice ultimate to retreat, but Llama once again has a 2-man Cataclysm. He's going to get hit with the Haymaker. Is he going to go down? Lots of shutdown gold is available. Pandora will pick that one up. Now on the run under his tower, looking for some safety. Not going to find it mid only with his 3rd kill of the game. Again, it's 2-for-1 here for Hard Hat Zone. Yeah, they gave away that shutdown, but look at the bot side. DNX looking for the dive. Vier's going to find the ultimate with the Shadow Surge. The Fear coming through. Xernean tanks up the tower, and it's a clean dive on to Big Boy, who finally gets punished for this roam from Dragon Mooncake. But for Hard Hat Zone, they're finally able to dictate the tempo a little bit here in this game 1.
Yeah, and really good punish there from DNX, finally making sure Big Boy not able to get stuff underneath his tower for any longer than he needed to. But at the same time, you know, Hard Hat Zone just getting so much more on the top side of the map than DNX did on the bottom half of the map. Yeah, you kill Senna, you get some gold, but they're still trying to pressure for this dragon. Hard Hat Zone does not have a lot of ultimates. They do have Victor and Senna ultimates coming through, but no Cataclysm and no Glacial Fissure coming through for the side of Hard Hat Zone. So, but it does look like they're still opting into fighting, and maybe DNX doesn't think they're quite strong enough yet. They want to wait out, because they did use the, I believe it's the Shadow Surge from Vex to kill Big Boy in that bot lane, so they don't necessarily have that tool as form of engage, and they also don't have Stormbringer as well, so there are 2 main ways of actually getting into fights they didn't have. So good decision of backing off there. Just, okay, it's 2nd drag. We don't actually we're not going to have an early soul point coming through, but ultimately it's not a huge loss coming through for DNX to get the dragon up.
Yeah, we saw Bennett rotating down for that play, just in case a fight did break out. So even if DNX had found an engagement there, they were at a 5v4 disadvantage. We did see Panzora pick up a couple plates there on the top side due to the roam from Bennett, but now with this Herald spawned up in the bot side, it's going to be just an even plate trade here across the map, and Llama able to give most of those plates over to Big Boy and Dragon Mooncake, as we do see them retreat now into the jungle. Mid only, going to be given this blue buff. Llama continuing to farm up, has actually now equalized in the CS department against Shady Gecko here, so has definitely done an incredible job of keeping an even keel and fighting his way back into this game 1.
Yeah, and it definitely helps when you kill the enemy jungler, like, and in his jungle, you're able just to kill his camps, like, where he was probably going to end up killing them eventually. So it's a really good job by Llama getting himself back in the game, especially those 3 kills in the bot lane really helped him in terms of just, like, really pushing himself forward, accelerating his pace of this game. But also, you know, Victor himself is sitting on 3 kills as well, and Victor as a champion relies on his augments coming through, and when you get a kill or an assist, you actually get 25 of those stacks, and minions give you 1. So typically Victor's scaling doesn't actually come through till later, but when you get those 3 kills, he is actually much more accelerated than most Victors typically are. Big Boy is down here in this bot lane by himself. Vier is looking, but Braum is kind of hovering down there as well, so not quite able to punish Big Boy here this time. But so far, kind of scaling is happening. Big Bennett and Panzora trading.
Both junglers here on the top side again. It's going to be the suplex into the stun from the Volibear. Bennett needs to try and survive as long as he can so that Llama can come through. Dawning Shadow is not going to be in time, though. And now Llama might be in trouble. Has to flash away from the 2-man squad here of DNX. Action on the top side again, but this time it's in the favor of DNX, and the gold lead now very, very close. It is some mythics coming in. It's actually Shadow Surge. This could be a solo bolo for Vier in the mid lane. Has to flash away. I think maybe if he flashes aggressively there, he can finish that kill off, but instead opts to flash out of the gravity well. A little bit worried about the Chaos Storm there. Does get the Ghost and the ultimate out of mid only, so decent trade there for him, but did have to burn the flash on the other side.
Yeah, definitely a little bit worried about some of the chain CC coming through there from the gravity well into the continuous damage that gravity storm can do, or sorry, chaos storm can do for Victor. I will say I'm gonna give a little bit of an update here on some of the infinite scaling that HHZ does have. A Big Boy is sitting on 30 Cinesouls, and Bennett is sitting on 219 stacks.
Oh, they want to look for Mori, but Mori's got the flash, and look at this, the collapse is coming through. Big Boy wants to finish it off, but he just can't. Mori lives, and now Dragon Mooncake is being flanked by the TP of the air. Gonna find the dash back onto the minions, 300 HP still to work with. Even has the stopwatch, but Shady Gecko says, listen, I'm a bear, man. I don't really care about your towers. Maybe he should care a little bit more. Llama is here. Not going to be able to get anything on the back of that fight as topside. These top laners going toe-to-toe here. Orion, it's DNX, though, grabbing the lead back this game dead even once again.
Yeah, really good punish here, using the TP from Vier to secure the double kill. I mean, obviously, Big Boy wanting to try to get a trade kill there, try to go 1 for 2. But not quite having enough damage. Exhaust coming through from Exernian as well to make sure that the Senna did not get the trade kill there. But, overall, game state is back to even. So we're kind of just evening out some of these wave states here. Bennett is, kind of trying to, he's actually starting to potentially chunk out Panzora in some of these trades, but more often than not, Panzora is very likely to take a lot of damage just because he can just haymaker the W way.
Yeah, I mean, there's the trade pattern right there. It's the E into a couple autos into the fully charged up Haymaker, and when he lands the center of that ability, Bennett definitely doesn't win these trades. Has opted into a lot of armor here, even the Bramble Vest, to try and prevent some of the healing from Panzora, but yeah, I mean, at what point in this game does Bennett become the unkillable Nasus that we kind of talked about in draft?
I think it just comes with more of his stacks. I mean, obviously, like I said earlier, he's a little bit over 200, so he is starting to really start to do with some of that damage. Llama does not actually have flag here.
Yeah. Luckily is able to evacuate in time. Dragon has now just spawned. It is 1 apiece and a Mountain Soul here in this game. Both teams are in the area, but Bennett staying in the top side, so Hard Hat Zone, they have to cede pressure over here now to DNX. It looks like they might just try and make the objective trade. This would be first tower if Bennett can grab it, and solo farming time on the Nasus is definitely something that you like to see. So it will be the Dragon going over. The roam from Panzora will secure the objective for DNX, but can Bennett answer here in the top side? It looks like yes, he will be able to grab the first tower of the game.
Yeah, I do like that Hard Hat Zone were able to realize that, hey, our top laner is getting so much work done here. We can give this Dragon. This Dragon doesn't really mean a whole lot for our scaling composition. Obviously, it's nice to have some of the stats coming through, but, we're still 10 minutes away from a potential soul coming through for DNX, and by 10 minutes, your champions, your Nasus can have an additional 300 stacks. Your Senna could have additional 60 stats potentially, and then all of a sudden, your champions are way more online than where they could have originally been. And also, if you fight before your scaling champions are ready to fight, more often than not, you just end up giving away free gold to the enemy team. So I do like that decision, but I also like, DNX just putting the pressure to Hard Hat Zone, not letting them scale as hard as they would originally like to.
Absolutely true. They are still scaling. They do still have the scaling advantage. They even have the gold lead here by about 1,500 gold. I want to look at Bennett for a moment here because he's got a bit of a garage sale building up, really just itemizing as much as possible for this set matchup, but has also now gone back to the heal with the spellbook. So Bennett says, listen, screw a TP. I'm going to pop my Ghost to run back to lane and then get heal again just in case there's any funky business up here on the top side. Yeah,
well, so the way Spellbook works is anytime you use that initial ability, it'll go back to your pre-registered ability. So that's why I thought about how you usually want to start with TP, because if you use Ghost, it'll go back to TP no matter what. BB mid lane and Llama are trying to potentially catch them out, but just want the Scuttle Crab instead. Just trying to push them out of river. Dragon Mooncake is the top half of the map, so we do see Big Boy just kind of down here by himself, trying to get some solo XP, trying to lane. Llama going very aggressive. Doesn't have flash threats.
No flash for this Vex just yet. Dawning Shadow over the top. The coordination from Hard Hat Zone that has been here all split long, showing up here once again as they grab a shutdown kill onto Vier. Big Boy keeping Mori and Exernian busy here as the rest of the team looking for a collapse. Mori, you have overextended. You have 4 enemy champions looking to run you down. Gonna go into the lightning crash, looking for some extra movement speed. He's gonna eat over the wall, but Dragon Mooncake is there in the wings, waiting for exactly that. They grab Mori, and Exernian ain't nothing but a free cat. Actually,
well,
the blast cone is gonna provide some space there. Might get rooted up, but
there.
has the W. See if they can continue chasing this one down. Shady Gecko able to keep his support alive, but they're going to look to keep going on this. Dragon Mooncake flashing forward. Llama, he's going to go in, but they can't find anything. The ultimate from Shady Gecko is expended for a bit of extra safety, but it is just the 1 kill going over to the hard hat zone.
Yeah, and that's a really solid punish there. You know, Mori and Xerdian, not quite, you know, so Vieira, oh, actually, I think they're looking in the mid lane. Shadow Surge was used, but I think it was missed from Vieira there. But Vieira had, like, I think 5 seconds on his flash coming up there. So not quite able to actually flash from Cataclysm. Llama still looking
for
at
more. Llama into the middle. No Cataclysm available for a couple of
here.
seconds here. Panzora on the side. Can he find a suplex? Can he get into this team fight? Doesn't look like it. Hard hat zone. Respect the set roaming to this fight. Are able to get out before they get collapsed on. Both these teams showing a lot of respect, showing a lot of game knowledge and awareness in some of these scenarios, and it is making for such an exciting series here so far. It is going to be the Rift Herald summoned up here in the mid lane. This should break open the mid lane tier 1 tower here of Hard Hat Zone. It will do exactly that, and now with the map pressure the Hard Hat Zone have garnered, what do they want to do with it? Looks like some vision control going down around the dragon that's spawning in just over a minute.
Yep, we are at 20 minutes now, so I'm going to do a little stack update for all the viewers. Big Boy is now at 50 stacks, and we have Bennett now at 400. So he has close to doubled a lot of his stacks. I think at 10 minutes he was at like 90. At 20 minutes he's at 400. So if anything, in terms of math, he is like quadrupled his stacks coming through. So he is much more smart. He has completed his Divine Sunder as well, so his overall damage output to both Volibear and Set is going to be a lot higher. And with the innate healing as well coming through Divine Sunder and his passive coming through, this Nasus, I'm not going to say he's going to win a duel against Panzora, but he's going to make it a lot closer than what it originally was.
We've got mythics across the board here on all 5 members. Dragon spawning in 25 seconds. We might get our first team fight of the series here. In terms of item advantages, Llama up a little bit, has completed his second item in the Death Stance here. Otherwise, pretty even across the board. It's actually Eclipse for Senna. So once that Muramana comes through, that's when Big Boy's going to be feeling a lot stronger in these fights. But we are going to see them toe-to-toe here around the bot side river. Dragon has now spawned. Llama will aggro it with the flag. We'll see about this team fight. Orion, Mori, and the rest of the team for DNX stepping up on the top side here, just looking to play safe. They say, okay, look, they've started up the dragon. When is our moment to go forward? Dragon starting to burn down. Panzora now is going to go forward. He's going to find the suplex onto 1. He's looking to get the multi-man stun, but he's not going to find it. He's just going to get blown up. He can't even press W, and he's down. Haymaker is not available. Mori now is in the backside, but Mori is now dead. Vieira and Shady Gecko are on the run. Exernian not able to save any of their members, and Hard Hat Zone have won a team fight. They've won the dragon, and now they have taken a commanding lead. 3,000 gold in the lead. Now, can they get more on the map?
Yeah, and that's a huge fight here. They're actually kind of posturing towards the Baron. They do have all 5 members available. Mori has 10 seconds to spawn. Panzora as well. Panzora does not have TP either, and it does look like they're trying to burst it out. They do have some pretty decent damage. Bennett and also Victor kind of destroyed this thing. It is already down to 7k HP. And Shady Gecko, he does have Stormbringer, so he does kind of have an option of getting in there, but they
stay so healthy in this fight. Vieira is now in. That's going to be the Stormbringer into the pit. It's going to be a smite off, and Llama grabs the dragon. Shady Gecko just smiting a tiny bit too early there. Llama with the cool brain, the fast hands, able to grab the smite down. It is Baron over to Hard Hat Zone. They are 4,000 gold in the lead now, and Orion, this is the team with the scaling advantage on top of it all.
Yeah, very risky burger flip there on the Baron, but I will say the one thing that was in their advantage, they did have 2 smites available. Bennett using the spellbook to switch over to the smite, but he smited it at like 3k. So he dropped it down to 2k, and then Volibear is like, oh, I could just Stormbringer in. Maybe I can steal it. And it got down to like 100 HP. Woo! Man, very risky flip there, but they knew they had faith. Llama secured the Baron, and like you mentioned, the scaling advantage, the 4,000, close to 5,000 gold lead here, and they got a lot of standing gold. 2 of the outer towers here are still up and available. We do see Vex pushing that bot lane, so probably not likely to get that bot tower anytime soon, but they're just looking to pressure the mid and top towers very, very quickly.
Yeah, they're just walking it down mid. They've already broken down one tower, now onto the second. The siege potential with this Baron up minion wave is just too much for DNX to handle right now. They're looking to go forward here, but Panzora going to get zoned off just a little bit, not wanting to get destroyed like he did in that last fight. Bennett, you're tanking the tower, buddy. Now you're going to be engaged. It's going to be Panzora into the middle. He finally gets the haymaker off this time. Big boy into the zone. He's going to try and stay alive. 5 versus 5 in the map. Oh, hard hat zone health bar's looking very, very low. DB's still alive. Llama still in. It's a triple kill for Vieira, and now he's looking for more. He's into the back line. He's looking for Llama. He's not going to find it. Mid stand tall. It's a 3 for 3 on the map. 30-second death timers on either side. Mori has a very, very low Yumi attached to him, and it doesn't look like either of these teams are going to look for anything else. What an explosive team fight right there.
Oh, I thought that was a win for DNX so hard, but all of a sudden I just saw the health bars being deleted for DNX. BBB mid only was doing so much damage with the Victor, and also Nasus, I'm pretty sure he only got like 2 or 3 Qs off that entire fight, but every time he swung it, it was like, boom, half your HP. Boom, all your HP is gone. Like, oh my, I was like, okay, DNX, they're gonna wipe the fight. They're going to push down mid, and they're just going to win the game. Or not necessarily win the game, but kind of alleviate some of the pressure that Hard Hat Zone was bringing onto them. But Hard Hat Zone able to kind of turn it around, and they didn't quite get the shutdown off of BP mid only. That's the shutdown they really, really want. It gives them that extra 1,000 gold. So him staying alive, doing so much damage in the backline, actually turned around the fight so massively.
I mean, mid only is having a fantastic game here. We talked a little bit during draft about how this isn't their regular mid laner, and we were unsure about how this team might perform with mid only in the mid lane. And I mean, so far, if you told me this was Marcel, I would believe you, other than the fact that maybe he doesn't play Victor as much. But, you know, mid only quietly having a great showing here. Now 7-1-4, as Vieira does have to flash away from the Winter's Bite. Hard Hat Zone continuing to put the map pressure down here. They're going to break open this bot lane tower and continue to push for more. They don't have any Barons left, but they are going to potentially look for the 5-man push. It is Panzora replying on the opposite side, but this is a 5 versus 1 push, and that is definitely in the favor of Hard Hat Zone. Now DNX looking to join the fray. How much do Hard Hat Zone want to get here? Are they going to keep pushing, or are they just happy with what they've garnered so far? It looks like they're trying to get this wave under tower, but the wave clear for this Zeri is going to clear that one out, and now all of a sudden, they have to answer this split push from Panzora. It's a big minion wave in the top side. Who are they going to send to answer this split push?
Yeah, I would assume most likely it's going to be just a general reset. We do have the dragon spawning in 25 seconds, though, so it's not like they can just get a full reset without losing the dragon as well. But it does look like...
they might look for the fight, though. It's going to be a defensive ultimate from Shady Gecko, who's over the wall. So smart from DNX. They realize, look, we're breaking their base. Panzora is on their inhibitors. All we have to do is disengage, and they do exactly that. Llama and the rest of Hard Hat Zone desperately want to grab this dragon, put themselves on soul point. But at what cost? Panzora's in the base. Panzora's going to take out your inhib, and what more can he get? They are now returning someone to base. Bennett will return to defend their Nexus towers, and they have secured the dragon. But the split peck pressure here from Panzora that we've seen all split long is finding an opening here for DNX.
Yeah, and just really well done by DNX, actually garnering, basically like kind of dictating the pace of this game by saying, hey, we might be 4,000 gold down, but we have basically the game in our hands where we have Panzora push the top lane. You have to answer him. So basically getting a free inhibitor when you're down 4,000 gold is pretty impressive. I also have to admit, pretty poor display of macro there from Hard Hat Zone. Definitely just needed someone back. They probably could have won the 4v4. I don't know if Bennett had a spellbook up and available to grab TP to where if he did base, he could have potentially TP'd down.
He had just used it to grab the exhaust he has, I think.
Yeah, so if the spellbook usage did come through, you know, not having TP there is a pretty big feels bad, but, you know, when you opt in for the heal, you know, you don't actually have the TP field. You basically only have TP for like maybe once or twice, but I don't think Bennett has actually switched to the TP summoner like at all this game.
Yeah, I don't think he's used it once. I think you're right. Has been heavily relying on that heal. I think he used Ghost once, but yeah, I'm not even sure I've seen TP on this Nasus just yet. So definitely opting more for, team scenarios with the smite that he switched into, as well as, okay, now we see a teleport coming out from pitching out the exhaust, just as we talked about it.
Yeah, but see, it's very important though. Baron is up and alive in like a second. So Set, no TP. But Bennett now does. So if they are able to fight in this top half of the map, it's going to be a 5 versus 4 if Bennett is able to still apply the pressure to the bot side. But you see a blue ward coming down, so they do know it's starting up. And Bennett is making his way up there most likely. But even if he doesn't make his way up there, he can just stay bot and he can pressure with TP. And if Nasus is down there with a tower, he will destroy that base much faster than Set can. And Panzora has to make a choice. Will he play for the top half of the map in the Baron and just leave your base open for Nasus? Or is he going to back and then have Nasus TP up for the fight?
So well played here from Hard Hat Zone. They're playing it so slowly, so patiently. They wait for Bennett to get the push in the bot side. They wait for Panzora to recall to answer, and now they're on to the Baron. So for DNX, what do they choose to do here? Do they take the 4v4 fight? Bennett now maybe has to back off to look for a TP, but his team playing it slow. It's the air into the fight. He's going to find the Shadow Surge. It's now going to be the Yumi over the top. They're going to find a couple of stuns into the Zonias, but Llama has the stopwatch of his own. Donnie Shadow finds all three. Shady Gecko is going to get taken out now. Mori's on the run. 1 versus 4 in the fight. 2 versus 4 because he's got the Exarnian, but Big Boy, or rather mid only, just slams the door shut. Bennett's in the base, diving Nexus Towers, taking out Panzora, and now Exarnian on the run. Hard Hat Zone, what do they want to do here? Can they go for the win? Can they go for the Baron? What is the play? What's the plan? 30-second death timers. Bennett still with the push. I think they can end the game. Send them all into the bot side. Bennett and the rest of Hard Hat Zone have done it. They've taken down the undefeated DNX. They've given them their second game loss of the season, and they take a 1-0 lead in this series.
And there we see the scaling coming through from the Nasus here in game 1. Actually just outright 1v1s to Set, even under both the Nexus towers. Holy moly, Bennett turning into just a massive dog in that one. But, DNX is put in a pretty awkward position on the top side of the map. Panzora opting in for the Ignite in the early stages of the game made a lot of sense. But when you have a champion that likes to play in the side lane and so that he can opt into the TP with Spellbook, it makes macro decisions very, very hard. And honestly, they lost both hits. They tried to go for the fight with the Baron. They lost the 4v4. And then Bennett 1v1s Panzora underneath the Nexus Towers, results in a GG.
It sure does. Yeah, I think the Ignite there for Panzora, if he can get an early kill and then snowball that into that extra top pressure, which we've seen him do time and time again, that's really the value that you're going to get out of that Ignite. And I thought it was going to happen. I mean, we saw the level 1. He got the E back on. He got the really positive trade, but really smartly played by Bennett, respecting the fact that, hey, if Panzora isn't killing me early on, I outscale on the Nasus. He has Ignite, so he can't even help his team in some of those team fighting scenarios. And I thought, while yes, the rest of Hard Hat Zone also played extremely well, I thought Llama had a great game here. I have to give hats off to Bennett for neutralizing this top lane matchup, doing a fantastic job, opting into the unsealed spellbook with the heal there, and just realizing that all he has to do is stay safe, get up those stacks, and the infinite scaling for this team eventually came online and netted them that victory.
Yeah, and the one thing I talked about on the analyst test was if DNX loses game 1, or if they're put in a position where they're actually losing the game, how are they going to bounce back? We've seen them control every single game so far, and it looked like in the beginning they were basically doing the same thing. They were control, they were winning out on some of the gank situations that Llama was coming through, but all of a sudden, Hard Hat Zone, they started winning out some of these trades, started winning out some of these skirmishes, and when you had this scaling composition with the Nasus, Victor and Senna, give them enough time, give them enough fights where they just outright win them, results in a victory here for Hard Hat Zone. But I'm very curious to see how DNX bounces back in this one.
Absolutely. We are going to be moving on to game 2 shortly here. We'll see if Hard Hat Zone can get a surprising 2-0 victory, or if DNX can hang on and push us to a game 3. We'll be right back shortly with the draft for game 2. Welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for Game 2 of Hard Hat Zone versus DNX. In Game 1, it was a hard-fought battle on both sides that ended in Hard Hat Zone making a macro outplay with the TP on the Nasus, forcing DNX into a lose-lose scenario. And Orion, I mean, you just said it off air. DNX chose to lose twice, unfortunately.
Yeah, they opted into the 4v4 on the Baron. They just didn't quite have enough in the tank. I also think they went a little bit too early. It looks like Vier went very forward with the Vex for the Shadow Surge, and Mori wasn't actually quite in the area. He showed up like maybe a second half after Mori went in, so he was still there, just not at the very beginning, which is, Zuri is a lot of your AoE damage in a lot of these fights, and if without her, it's very hard to actually win out in some of these fights. And then, with Nasus pushing through, I do think at the end of the game, I was checking the stacks. He was close to 700, I think, at 30 minutes. The guy was like, basically doing like 800 damage with 1Q, and he ended up, diving the set under both Nexus towers, and they lost the Baron and they ended up losing the Nexus.
They absolutely did. That's the type of Nasus that you get in your solo queue games that just makes you not want to play League of Legends anymore, You're like, I did everything right, but they just scaled, and the Nasus eventually killed us all. Obviously, a fantastic job by Bennett. I'm curious to see, though, Orion, what DNX are going to do for this Game 2 draft to kind of switch things up. They have chosen to go on the red side for Game 2, so maybe they're going to use that counter pick to get Panzora a counter, because that's really what we've seen this team do time and time again throughout the CCS spring split.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense for like how this team like kind of plays. They typically have their AD carry on like weak side scaling kind of matchups. They have their mid laner on the Rock, which is their Vex and their RA, just champions that can kind of make plays on their own, but still have some innate survivability. Vex has had the fear, like we saw in the last game, where he was able to survive some of the initial ganks that Jarvan was attempting to do. And then also the RA with her movement speed and her Spirit Rush, where she's also pretty hard to gank as well.
Right.
And then Panzora plays the carry type of champions, and he does typically style on enemy top laners, and giving him counter pick just makes a lot of sense for this team.
Yeah.
I do think for Hard Hat Zone, though, getting a strong blind pick champion here early in draft wouldn't necessarily hurt them either for Bennett's.
Right.
I'm not sure if he's just willing to say, "Hey, put me on Nasus again." It was his counter to set in last game, but most likely we're going to see Panzora, I would say, on a much more carry versatile champ, unless of course like maybe they just opted into playing more the style that Hard Hat Zone is looking to go for. But last game, very dominant showing from BBB mid only. We talked about how Alternative not being in this set so far, but he showed up on the Victor, pumping out so much damage in that one, and just showing that, he might not be Alternative, he might not play the style mid laner to the Yasuo, the Zeds, but he can play one heck of a control mage if you let him.
And he did what he had to do in that game. We saw, a little bit of a misplay, unfortunately for him and Llama in some of the early stages there. But I think from there onwards, the Victor was a really good pick, showing up when needed in some of the roaming scenarios, and was a big factor in kind of that team fight. I don't know if everyone remembers in the mid lane when Hard Hat Zone were trying to push into the base and they got engaged on it. For a second, it looked like DNX were going to take the fight, but it was mid only, standing tall on the Victor, getting damage out with the Chaos Storm, locking people up with the Gravity Well, and was able to turn that fight around. So it at least went even, and it wasn't a moment for DNX to start taking over the game. For DNX, though, I feel like that style for them in Game 1 was a little bit interesting. Not to put Mori on blast or anything, but Mori is not the type of player that we've seen be the main carry for this team. He's much more a facilitator. He's played things like the Jhin for utility, the Ezreal just for general safety and scaling. And so having them on a champion like Zeri, which, like you said, was the majority of their AoE damage in some of these team fights, is not necessarily what they're used to playing around. So I'd like to see them go back to maybe their more tried and true strategies. They are on red side. We've already talked about the potential counter pick options for their top side, but I want them to also prioritize a comfort pick for Mori, whether that's the Ezreal or the Jhin, or even something like the Kai'Sa, which he's played before. I think that will be a much better look for the DNX squad.
Yeah, and it also just makes a lot of sense. Kind of we were talking about how like their bot lane is probably the most punishable lane I would say, on DNX.
Yep.
We talked about how on the analyst desk, we brought up how Xernean and Mori really got pressured by Yulveric and Snowlife when they played TNA, but the rest of the map was basically just winning out for DNX. So they ended up just kind of like running away with that series. But, if Yulveric and Snowlife were able to like constantly pressure Mori and Xernean, Big Boy and Dragon Mooncake are a very strong bot lane of their own. So as we are getting some ready checks here for the draft, and it does look like we are about to go into bans.
Game 2 draft, here we go. What adaptations will we see out of DNX here, or even out of Hard Hat Zone, given that these teams have switched sides? The bans in Game 1 for Hard Hat Zone was Ahri, Ezreal, and Xernean's Rakan. Sorry. So far, seeing the same bans come through. Same thing for DNX. They banned Syndra, Nautilus, and the Vel'Koz, trying to take away some of those comfort options. And it looks like we're going to see mostly the same bans so far through the early stages of this draft.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the bans are very, very similar. I wonder if this is going to be a Nautilus ban for DNX. I would say that would be the one kind of flip you would maybe do, because now you have the situation for Hard Hat Zone where you could go for the Volibear, which is probably, like I mentioned, the strongest champion in the game, or you just go right back with the Victor in the mid lane saying, hey, this guy's probably going to play Vex. I just, I had a really solid game with the Victor. I'm feeling very, very comfortable. And, last game, the answer was the Vex. Like, after he locked in Victor, I believe. Actually, no. Victor came through R3, but like when I think Vex was part of the B2 B3 situation. So Victor came through after. So maybe there's a different counter pick here for Vier in the mid lane, but instead they're going right back to the Vex.
Yeah,
I don't think Vex was like the issue in that game at all. I think it was some of like more of the execution, some of the fights for DNX. So like, and also Vex is a tremendous playmaker. The Shadow Surge coming through is very, very strong. I wonder if they're going to have the same pairing with a Volibear coming through,
right?
Or if they're going to go with a different option. I know Shady Gecko did have a decent game on the Volibear. Did make some plays happen early, but Llama was able just to have so much of an impact on the Jarvan. Might look to take away that as well.
Okay, Gangplank instead, getting some comfort for Panzora, some carry potential for their man in the top lane. I really like that pickup here from DNX. There's one more point, though, that I want to make about this Victor. I really like this first pick from Hard Hat Zone because they already know that they're comfortable into the Vex, given how last game went.
Yeah.
They've already banned away the Ahri, which is a counter option. The next most played for Vier, other than Vex and Ahri, is the Victor itself, so they're taking that pick away. And then the other thing that we've seen Vier play is the Syndra, which is also banned away. So they've almost kind of checkmated them into this matchup that they're obviously comfortable with. And while it wasn't a problem for the Vex necessarily, it's definitely a comfortable matchup and a champion that they like playing. We do see some aggression coming out here, though, from Hard Hat Zone, drafting a Lucian early on in this one. Do we think this is going to get paired up with a Nami, or maybe they just want to keep the flex open for potential solo lanes here?
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I think this Lucian goes in the top lane against GP.
Okay.
Never mind. Jace being locked in here does mean it's going to be a Jace GP kind of scaling matchup here. It does mean, like, obviously both these champions known for their like mid game. Like Jace is mid game champion, GP more of a late game champion when he hits those 2 to 3 items. But yeah, Lucian does kind of have like those enchanter pairings that do make him very, very strong, especially with the W passive that he now got, like, I would say maybe like 4 or 5 patches ago, to where anytime someone shields or heals him or anyone hits W passive, a lot of damage comes through. Misfortune is the answer. I have been actually seeing a lot of Misfortune. I've been seeing the Eclipse Manamune build, which honestly, it looks like any champion that builds Eclipse Manamune is like just like the best champion in the game. Like, they do so much damage when both those items are completed. And met with Misfortune having the AoE ultimate, the guy does like so much raw damage. Braum Band coming through makes a lot of sense against the Misfortune. You basically just block out all the damage she does with bullet time. And then if the Nami Band comes through, it also makes a lot of sense. This is so much damage coming through with that pairing. Lucian can proc Nami's Electrocute, and when she completes the I'm blanking on the name, but like the banner, whatever that item is called, that applies like when you apply a slow
mandate.
Imperial Mandate. When that item comes through, Lucian does so much damage attached. So both these bans makes a lot of sense. Nocturne, a very solid ban into Shady Gecko, especially with the GP and the Vex. You can turn off the lights and you have those two ultimates coming through. You basically go into full panic mode when that happens, which we kind of saw that last week from DNX composition. So a really good shout out there from them. As we are looking at DNX 4, I'm very curious if who they're actually going to give counter pick to.
Yeah.
They're gonna pick support here. It does mean jungle counter pick comes through. I'd actually like to see jungle picked here and give support counter pick, because like if you pick support, Lucian and whatever support pairing he goes with can go very aggressive. So I do like the Jarvan though, because it does kind of that innate safety for a support pick and kind of counter the support matchup. Also takeaway from Llama, who had a very solid game of his own last game, and also with just the raw damage on the squad so far, definitely looks very good. Poppy immediately coming through for them, and the Renata Glass as well.
This is some spice right here, Orion. Okay, the Poppy to answer the Flag and Drag dash, as well as even the Shadow Surge from the Vex, and some Renata Glass. If I'm not wrong, I think this is the first Renata we've seen in the CCS. Oh, no, I am wrong. We actually saw it last Thursday, I do believe. So still exciting to see. I think it pairs pretty well with the Lucian, can get really aggressive, especially into certain matchups. The one thing that I don't see out of this Hard Hat Zone squad so far is an answer to this Misfortune ult. They don't really have anything that can easily interrupt the channel of the bullet time. So we'll have to see how that does go out. DNX with the Sona here, they just have 5 champions that all want to hit R. That's their comp.
Yeah, basically, yeah, you're right. The press R comp, they do kind of have an order in which they press the R buttons, though. Like they can't all just press R at the same time, because Misfortune and Sona do kind of have to be in range. And when you have Victor poke coming through and Jace poke coming through, if you get poked out before the fight ever starts, some of these fights can be pretty hard to execute, especially on Sona's end. I think Sona's base HP is like the lowest in the game.
I think Zyra's might be lower, but it's up there.
Yeah. So it's still very, very low. And also we probably will be seeing the renewer coming through for Sona, just the extra healing that she's gonna be providing along with her the innate healing from her W as well. So she will be able to kind of survive the initial healing from them, but at the same time, like there's gonna be so much raw damage coming through the front line, and the only real front line your team has is Jarvan. So if Jarvan gets blown up, kind of like how we saw last game with Volibear, anytime he jumped forward, he kind of just got one shot immediately, and they were able to just like move forward for the rest of them. So if Jarvan the Fourth gets one shot before he's actually able to like Cataclysm and keep people like intact within that side of that Cataclysm, then it might be pretty hard for that kind of the backline to kind of play out. But it's still gonna be really hard to run through both the Sona ulti and a Misfortune bullet time, like the Crescendum coming through. Is Crescendo, I believe is what it's actually called. And then bullet time as well. Like that's so much damage, and anytime both teams actually have very tight corridor abilities. You have Renata Glass ulti, you have Victor's Chaos Storm coming through. Like anytime you walk in the jungle and these champions are around, be very careful. Also GP ultimate as well. Like fighting in the jungle is probably a no-go for both these teams. You want to fight in the open areas. But at the same time, like both of these teams want to be fighting in the jungle, so we might see some pretty brawly skirmishes coming through.
Definitely could be an explosive game. When I'm looking at these team compositions, Orion, it kind of feels like Hard Hat Zone are playing more for lane, with the Jace, with the Lucian Renata lane. Obviously, the Victor is more for the scaling, but it feels like they want to get these early game advantages, where for DNX, I feel like they much more have the scaling advantage in this game. Their team fighting, especially with this five champion squad, is looking very, very scary. We talk about how they can try and layer those ultimates and really try to let the bullet time rip through multiple members of Hard Hat Zone. And so you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it feels like DNX should just be wanting to sit back and farm up, and then once they can group up as 5, that's when they want to look for the aggression.
Yeah, I definitely do think that the overall 5v5 composition of DNX is definitely stronger.
Mhm.
But I also just think the more raw output damage coming through from the Jace, Victor, and Lucian will be
Right.
a lot in this one. And with Renata Glass coming through, anytime, Jarvan wants to dive forward and Vex
Yeah.
is diving forward as well, if her ultimate comes through, they're just going to be hitting each other the entire time and not the enemy team. So definitely something to kind of the notes. We haven't actually seen a lot of Renata in the CCS. We don't.
Mhm.
Personally, I think the champion is very kiteable, but with the two champions coming into her,
Right.
that's kind of like her domain. If you do opt into fighting against Renata, be very careful with how close you are to your champions because that attack speed steroid is pretty nuts.
Yeah. I am actually looking at Dragon Mooncake's history here in the CCS. He did actually play Renata Glasgow last week in their matchup against RPG, and they did win that game. So had a pretty good game on it, 3-2-12. So it's not something that they're whipping out for the first time here. It's something that they've tried, something that they're comfortable with, and I think it fits this composition. I think you're absolutely right, Orion. It's one of those champions, kind of similarly to the Braum, that wants champions to come into it. And considering this composition from DNX is go, go, go once they group up as 5, I definitely think it's a scenario for the Glask to maybe see some pop-off plays, get those disengage ultimates and Ws coming in hot and helping turn those team fights around for the team. Because Hard Hat Zone, they're looking to make quick work of the series here, looking to walk away with the 2-0 sweep. We're just going to wait for this spectator delay, and we'll see if DNX can take us to a game 3.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Welcome back to week 9 of the CCS, everybody, where Hard Hat Zone are looking to make quick work of DNX after their Game 1 victory. My name is Lindor, here with Orion, bringing you Game 2. And Orion, this team composition from DNX is quite different than what we've seen in Game 1, but also than what we've seen in the past, looking for some more straight-up 5v5 team fighting with this composition.
Yeah, I think the one thing that DNX kind of does have going from them, like they didn't really have last game, is they do have a lot more scaling in the GP and also the Sona. I do think Sona's scaling is pretty nice for her in terms of like the matchup, in terms of like getting that extra healing coming through and kind of nullifying some of that extra damage. I do think that while Renata kind of favors Enchantress matchups, just because like she's very easy to engage upon if you're not actually careful. I do like the scaling of Sona's better than Renata's, just because like it's a little bit easier to pilot that champion. Renata is more about enabling like your carries, like for like Lucian to dash forward and kind of go get the resets with his with Renata's W. Sona's more of like kind of a facilitator of her own with her ultimate ability, and also just like keeping all of her teammates alive with her healing and shielding. So I do like the counter pick coming through here. It does look like Shady Gecko is trying to get very aggressive here in the mid lane. I don't think he was seen on the ward.
I don't think he was either. EQ will be flashed away from mid only. Nice reaction on that one. Really creative pathing there from Shady Gecko. He saw Llama place that ward on his Raptors and so decided to walk around the red buff the other way. Was not spotted on the vision and so does get a flash for his efforts. Could be a potential rinse and repeat option here for the Jarvan. Definitely going to look to get busy and in on the action as early as possible on this pick.
Yeah, it does look like bot lane's hitting level 2. Flash forward!
Oh my goodness, Dragon Mooncake getting the pull back onto Xernean, but that's going to be exhaust coming through, but it just doesn't matter! It's Big Boy cleansing off the exhaust, finding the double auto and the Q. The kill does go over to Dragon Mooncake, I believe maybe with the Ignite there, but first blood into the hands of Hard Hat Zone.
Got Hard Hat Zone already getting aggressive here in the bot side. Dragon Mooncake flashing forward. Xernean not quite having the reaction time to flash out of that one, or opting into flashing at all, resulting in Sona's death here in the bot lane. Does look like the wave state in that matchup is kind of being frozen by Mori, so ultimately it might not end up meaning all that much. It does result in a kill, but in terms of like the gold, in terms of like the overall pressure and XP differential, it might even end up favoring DNX in the spot lane.
It'll be very close. We'll have to see. Yeah, it is the freeze for Mori does have the CS lead. Big Boy did go for a reset after that, so has a couple long swords now built up. And we are seeing a very early roam here from Dragon Mooncake. Renata, not necessarily a champion we're used to seeing get active on the map early on, but Dragon Mooncake still playing that style, is going to use some time to invest some vision control around the mid lane and try to protect his flashless Victor here. Big Boy, though, he's going to be all right in the bot side. Is taking a little bit of harassment here from Mori and Xernean, but they have pushed the wave back out, and so Big Boy and Dragon Mooncake are just going to try and pick up this double-stacked wave and try to catch up a little bit in CS after they fell behind after that recall.
Yeah, Dragon Mooncake did have a bit of a timer there in the mid lane, so able to just kind of make a quick visit. Big Boy did have the wave pushing to him. It does look like Shady Gecko is trying to get sneaky here on the Raptor camp to dive over the wall. It would be a bit of a pressed gank, I would say, because of how close BBB is to the tower, but Llama coming mid lane to push it out.
That's going to be the fear coming through. VR actually is going to get stunned up by the gravity well, but follow-up not going to come through. Llama, like you say, is just here to help mid only push this wave out. Is going to try and get it under tower. They shove it in all the way. That should be good enough to let it bounce. Looks like they want to make sure, though, going to push in one more, allow BB to try and recall, get that first base off, and try to pick up a couple of these quick items to continue farming up in this matchup. Top lane is going in the favor of Bennett, at least in the terms of CS for the time being. Panzora with a little bit of a cheater recall here to pick up the Sheen, can hopefully get some more harassment down, but with the range advantage here for the Jace, has been able to get aggressive in this one, trade heavily with those autos, and even deny a lot of barrel opportunities out of Panzora so far.
Yeah, so the one thing that we kind of talk about for DNX is kind of having that pressure point in the top lane with Panzora and Bennett. And it does look like, you know, Jace is kind of staying even with this GP. And Jace comes online, especially with the Eclipse Metamune build, a little bit sooner than what GP probably is in terms of his overall damage. But the GP presence with the Cannon Barrage coming through, like for a bot lane play potentially, will obviously have more impact in the early stages of the game if they try to go for a dragon fight or anything like that. But Bennett is holding his own in this top lane, and this is a matchup that Bennett wanted. We saw GP come through very early, and it's kind of been Panzora's pick, like, okay, I pick TP, I play for scale, and I'm just going to dominate the later stage of the game. And Jace, a champion that is known, for the NA Jace meme where, champion requires a lot of mechanics to play. So I'm very interested to see just how well he ends up playing this champion in some of these team fights. But honestly, Jace is a skill shot based champion at most in terms of landing those shock blasts. If you land shock blasts with accelerating gates, it does an easy 600 damage, and it doesn't actually take a whole lot of APM/skill to land some of those shock blasts coming through some of the team fights, because it's a pretty big AOE if you're able to land it. So I have to wait and see how he ends up playing this one out.
Ooh, nice triple barrel there from Panzora, finally able to find a little bit of harassment down onto Bennett. We did see Hard Hat Zone pick up the first dragon of the game with some of that bot lane priority that they did have. Shady Gecko is going for an invade to answer on this top side, has been able to steal away the Gromp at the very least, maybe even steal away some of these wolves as well. Not sure if he grabbed that camp and left one up or what exactly happened there, but sort of a pseudo map trade here between the junglers. Llama investing time into picking up that early dragon for the team and is now back onto the map. Vier, though, is level 6, potentially looking for a dive here onto Bennett. It's the Cannon Barrage available as well. Shadow Surge going to come out first. That's going to land. It's going to be the Cannon Barrage now down. Yeah, very, very nicely played here from the side of DNX, and they grab one back in the top lane.
Yeah, not able to flash the initial Shadow Surge there from Vier, and the chain CC coming through with the Fear as well. Really good job there punishing the Jace, finally actually able to get some of the back for Panzora here. Just like Panzora trying to greed for a tower play here. I think Bennett can go very aggressive.
Yeah, that's going to be one barrel down for Panzora, but does he win this extended trade? Absolutely not. Bennett with the Jace mechanics presses W, autos him down. Grabs a kill on the backside. Panzora, like you say, a little bit too greedy there, trying to knock off that extra tower plate. I'm not even sure if he got the gold. He did knock the tower plate off, or at least the minions did, but if he died before that happened, will not be the beneficiary of that plate going down. So a little bit of a misstep there for Panzora here for DNX.
Does have TP for back to the wave, so he doesn't actually miss out on any XP from those minions, which is gonna feel nice for Panzora. But after you get a kill on the enemy top laner, you're like, oh snap! Like we're feeling good. We're able to punish the mid game champion, and then he TPs back and kills you right away. That is not a good feeling for you if you are this GP. Like, this Jace is going to be basically right back to even with you with what this current state you're at. Back at mid-cake is getting kind of aggressive on Mori, but with a big minion wave, it's going to be pretty hard. Also, Mori is 6, so it does have the option for the bullet time if they do go super aggressive. But opting and not doing that, but it does look like a Rift Herald fight might be coming through.
Nice bit of poke damage coming through with the accelerated shock blast. Llama looking forward, but not able to get the W key down in time. Shady Gecko able to escape over the wall, and Bennett not getting the better of the trade here against Panzora, looking a little bit worse for wear. Is going to pop some honey fruit, but it looks like Shady Gecko wants to go for this. Flash is coming forward, flash away from Bennett, but now it's going to be the Cataclysm coming forward, knocks him right out of it. Bennett's still alive with just a sliver of HP. They're going to find the trade kill here as Shady Gecko does go down, but Xernean on the bot side, they're going ham. Mori's got the ultimate. Bullet time across the team fight is going to claim Big Boy. Dragon Mooncake now on the run, won't find anything. 2 for 1 across the map as we trade in the top side, and the bot lane battle goes in the side of DNX.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that bot lane fight ended up going, but the last tick we saw Lucian under tower taking a turret shot for no real reason at all, except for maybe trying to go just too deep, maybe to secure a kill there. Not able to get the kill onto Mori, but once again, we see a punish on the top side here. GP able to get more gold, and we do see a 1k gold lead here for DNX after the punish on the top side.
Panzora maybe greeting, staying here just a little bit longer again, but is going to be able to evacuate this time. Shady Gecko still on the top side, wants to try and grab this Rift Herald. They want to be able to use these early Heralds to continue extending this gold lead. It's about 1,000 gold right now. It is, of course, the first dragon over in the hands of Hard Hat Zone, but in terms of control across the map right now, it is DNX with a slight advantage. They are going to be able to grab up this Rift Herald as a mid lane. We might see a party here. Xernean is into the fray, has the Crescendo available. We'll see if they want to look for it. Waiting in the wings is the rest of Hard Hat Zone, though. they might want to look for this themselves. Llama's going to find the slam into the wall, and Xernian is not long for this world. Say goodbye to the Sona. Another kill into the hands of the Hard Hat Gamers.
It's one of the things about playing Sona. She's extremely, very, very punishable if you are just kind of making a mistake with your positioning there. So good punish on the side of, Hard Hat Zone here to actually secure that kill. And it does look like a lot of the bot side camps are going to fall as well, just kind of due to Sona dying here. But ultimately, the kill does result in a very even gold lead here. For both teams. We went from the 1K right back down to basically being back even. I will say the gold lead is a little influenced by Panzora's parlays and barrels coming through.
Speaking of Panzora, he's going to get knocked in the tower here, but fearlessly flashes forward, gets the cannon barrage, and grabs up the kill. Finally, we get to see the Panzora that we know and love take advantage of a topside matchup here, as he is going to claim his first kill of the game. Already has the Triforce. Bot side now, we are going to see Shady Gecko looking for a slam to the wall by Llama. Crescendo's going to find one onto Big Boy, but he's going to get to turn it back around. Now he's going to go immune with the Renata W coming forward, but he's actually going to go down. It's going to be BR into the fight. Oh no, he actually can't find a way in. The Shadow Surge did go on to one, but he doesn't want to follow it up. Mori ticking away. Chaos Storm finds the kill. 3 for 1. Yes, Big Boy goes down, but Hard Hat Zone once again come out on top here, and their prize is this Hex Dragon.
And yeah, that was a huge Renata Glass ultimate coming through, using the hostile takeover to not only cancel the bullet time coming through, but also to kind of collapse the two Mori and Xernian, to where you're able to use the Q to stun both the targets afterwards. Wow. Unfortunately, Lucian not able to get the revive off of Renata's W there, not able to get a kill or an assist in time. But still, we see how powerful this ultimate ability can be if you are super close to Renata, ultimately just completely nullifying bullet time from doing as much damage as it potentially can do in a lot of these situations. And then once again, the roam from BBB mid only on this Victor, picking up some kills once again. He is on his way to having a very similar game as he did in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, you talked last game about how this accelerated scaling, of the Victor helps so much when he's getting early kills. Now 2 kills and 2 assists in this game. Is actually faring better in terms of CS than he was in game 1. I think in game 1 he was down about 30 CS. This time only down about 14 or 15 so far. And it is VR with a mythic advantage so far, because mid only did stop off for some anti-heals here in that Oblivion Orb. But overall, I think that mid only has had a fantastic series and is quietly giving Hard Hat Zone the mid lane tools that they need to win this series. As we do see him backing off here, it was Gecko potentially looking for an angle there into the mid lane, as now we are going to see both junglers in the area. It's going to be the DNX Rift Herald spawned up in the mid lane. They're going to be able to break down a couple of those plates, but we'll see if we get a 3v3 here. Oh, Llama actually is going to deny the EQ. Shady Gecko has to burn the flash to get over the wall. Without that summoner spell, that was surely a dead Jarvan.
Yep, and that's why we see the Poppy pick coming into the Jarvan. Jarvan actually can't use the flag and drag when Poppy is around, as long as Poppy has the reaction time to cancel it with her W of her own, grounding the target in place. If he didn't have flash there, that was almost certainly a kill coming through for them. So good punish there by Llama, and Jarvan not having flash is a pretty big deal most of the time. If you're not in range, you can flash Cataclysm somebody, and then VR can come over the top with Shadow Surge to basically guarantee a kill coming through. So not having that tool will be a pretty big deal for the next couple of minutes. Dragon is spawning at about 2:30. There's already 2 dragons to the name of Hard Hat Zone, and if your jungler doesn't have flash and Poppy's in the Dragon Pit and he pops his W, it's going to be really hard for Shady Gecko to even get into the Dragon Pit to potentially fight in that area. So I have to wait and see how the next 2 minutes or so plays out. But, Bennett does have his Eclipse close to Manimune. GP and mostly all the mythics are coming through. We're just kind of waiting on a couple more. Victor took a bit of a detour, opting in for the early Oblivion Orb, I guess, to nullify... I'm not really sure who is...
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
Sona healing?
Maybe the Sona healing coming through. I guess, you could, potentially, give him some credit for that. I don't think it's, that important to purchase this early. But maybe he says otherwise. But it is going to delay his mythic probably until maybe Dragon spawns. currently sitting at 800 gold as well. So maybe he might be able to pick that one up for himself. But, it does delay the Mythic coming through for him. But Dragon not spawning for another minute. But Shady Gecko using the flag to check the bush. Good awareness by him, not face checking that area. But BBB might have a hard time getting back this mid lane. But overall, most champions in this game are probably going to be farming for the next minute. The next major fight coming through is going to be this Dragon. We saw both teams, especially when third Dragon was coming through, were very quick to group around this objective, and it looks like it's happening once again here for both sides.
This game feels a little bit Hard Hat Zone favored so far, just because they have come on top in a few of these skirmishes, but the gold lead actually is still just barely in the favor of DNX, mostly due to, the Gangplank printing some cash, but then also the CS lead in the mid lane as well. So it is going to be a really close fight here. Like you say, Mythics coming in. There's 4 Mythics completed on the side of DNX here. It's actually going to be the tank Jarvan for Shady Gecko opting for this Sunfire Aegis, and some lockdown here for the Vex as well. So looking at the other side, okay, now we do have the Liandry's Torment in, so mid only is going to be online for this fight. The only question is, will these top laners look to join, and how is this fight exactly going to go down?
Yeah, both top laners have TP. TP does have the global cannon barrage coming through, so he technically joins fights faster. And Shady Gecko is going very aggressive, trying to maybe get like a bit of a surprise factor going over that bush, but doesn't actually have flag grab up. Gary,
Llama's in the middle of 4, looking for the charge onto 1. Is going to find the stun, but nothing more. Trade some of his health bar for some of Vier's, as now the top laners have opted to join, both of them TPing into the fight. Good vision control here for DNX. They have some nice wards, spotting out Bennett here as he does rotate into the fight. Oh, here we go. Gangplank ultimate into Vier. He's going into the back line. He's found the Shadow Surge. He's going to get one. Now flashing away. Big Boy's going to claim the fight, as now it's going to be Llama into the front lines, trying to buy some time. He flashes over the wall. Culling coming through, missing absolutely everyone. Big Boy, oh no, you've whiffed your ultimate, and now there's 4 members chasing you down. Llama's over the wall. He has no hope and a prayer of getting back into this one. It's a double kill for Panzora. Big Boy lives, but the rest of his team does not. Llama cannot but watch as the Infernal Dragon goes over to DNX.
Yeah, and last game we saw really poor execution in some of these team fights from DNX around this Dragon objective. In this game, execution was much, much better in this one. We see the 4-man cannon barrage with the Vex ultimate landing on the key target in Victor. In this one, able to secure, I think, 3 kills, and the Dragon on top of that, delaying the soul point by another 10 minutes. And it doesn't look like they're going to get the Rift Herald for free. Only 18 minutes in, so Baron is not an option quite yet, but really solid execution from DNX, much better than last game.
Much better than last game, and a lot of that is due to the composition that they drafted, right? This is a much easier ease of execution here for them. I liked the combo there. The Gangplank ultimate onto them all, slow them down. The Shadow Assault had already come in, and then Vier just flies into the backline and is able to clean it up. I didn't even notice the bullet time in that fight, but if, say, like Mori was over the wall here by Tribrush, just running that bullet time through the entire Hard Hat Zone squad, I mean, team fights like that for DNX are going to look very, very nice.
Yeah, especially with like the like I said earlier, the tight AoE that they do have for both teams, kind of, fighting in those small corridors, which, the Dragon area that when you're fighting in that river is, I would consider a pretty tight area, especially when you get into the pit, most likely, or if you're trying to fight for that objective. But Vier landing a very crucial Shadow Surge onto the Victor, saying, hey, I can go forward very, very aggressively. And Vex, the Renata Glass's hostile takeover was used to potentially maybe stall out the engage, but Vex is unstoppable when she is traveling to her target, so actually not affected whatsoever by the takeover. So able to do basically her full combo onto the target, and then basically get away from that one. But it does look like a 4-man group here for the bot side, but to catch out, oh, nope. Root coming from Vex with the Everfrost coming to save her life. But so far, the next major objective is spawning in 15 seconds. This is the Baron. I doubt either team makes the early aggressive play for that Baron. It would just be a bit risky, especially with both teams going to have that, the tight, want to ball together composition. It would not make a lot of sense to kind of ball yourself up into the Baron pit, but it does look like the Rift Herald is probably going to be used as bot side, or they could just brute force the tower. Oh, Shitty Gecko opting and using the Rift Herald here just to secure this bot lane tower. Some more gold for them as they are about to balloon their gold lead here to about 2k with this tower take.
Will do exactly that. We'll see if they want to look for anything more here on the bot side. Shady Gecko continuing to face check these bushes with that standard. Llama is in the area. The big boy trying to make his way here. Dragon Mooncake, same thing. This is the flanking Lucian here, Orion. We'll see what Big Boy can get done in this fight. Doesn't actually look like he has what it takes to step up against Shady Gecko here, but now they're going to walk forward. Big chunk of damage coming out of Panzora's barrel chain there, and that means Llama and the rest of Hard Hat Zone do have to retreat. There's not really anything to fight for around this area right now, so just potentially looking for an overstay there from DNX, see if they can capitalize on that, but DNX smell it out. They're able to leave the premises, and now with the 2k gold lead that they have, with the fact that they've stopped this dragon stacking on the side of Hard Hat Zone, they're going to feel more than comfortable to just kind of sit back, wait for this next dragon to spawn. They could even give it if they wanted to, but I think maybe this team fight is starting to come online enough for them to continue looking for some of these follow-throughs. Oh, did Orion die? Orion died, everybody.
Sorry about that. I have not
he's
died.
back.
Yeah, sorry. But once MF purchases the Metamune, she'll be a lot more capable of pulling out some of these fights. Only at 57 tier sex though, so not actually super like accelerated with that buy. But also, I will have to kind of point out that Bennett is opting into not going for early Metamune. I don't necessarily like that purchase, or like kind of delaying the purchase, because when you purchase Metamune, it's a lot easier to stack up that tier, and your initial damage increase is like so much when you get it fully upgraded with the 360. And it's probably going to be another 2,000 to 3,000 gold. Sorry, probably about, oh, he actually just went up and purchased it here, so only delaying it with Serrated Dirk, but he does have it for this drag fight, so I do like that he is opting it for that purchase here, but it's not quite completed yet, and if he just went out and bought the Metamune 4 minutes ago, he could have had a completely stacked Metamune, but
Llama face checking in. It's actually going to be the Viera ultimate going wide, but now it's going to be the pick off onto Dragon Mooncake, who actually has the zone. Needs to buy some time. Bullet time across the top is going to get booked very, very low, but the bot laners here for HHZ are still very strong, but now they're going to get found out. Bailout will not be enough. Dragon Mooncake going to get flashed on. Panzora finds a double kill, and before the fight even starts, it feels like Hard Hat Zone are just getting picked off by some of these diving abilities. Bennett, though, looking to turn it around, not going to find too much damage. Mori is here. Mori's got the kill. Llama now is going to join Defray. But the ants go marching one by one in Hard Hat Zone. You need to coordinate a little bit better, my dudes. They're going to lose the dragon. They're going to lose the mid lane tower here. Llama can't do anything with this wave. And while, yes, they sent their Victor topside, they are going to get nothing from that roam. Maybe they can trade a tower at best, but it is DNX well and truly in the lead here. Now 2 Infernal Dragons to their name. 3 or maybe even closing in on 4,000 gold in the lead now, and Panzora 5-1. Orion, this is much more what we expect out of the DNX top laner.
Yeah, and especially with, you know, the very little front line that Hard Hat Zone does have, it's only the Poppy. So if Poppy is the one not soaking the initial kind of engage that DNX is looking for, the fights are going to be very, very hard. But also, at the same time, Hard Hat Zone has to do a better job of poking out with some of these fights. They have to use their Jace and their Victor to kind of control the pace of these team fights a little bit better. You know, we are seeing Metamune completely finished now for Jace, so his damage is going to be... We saw the potential for his damage coming through, and I believe if he had Metamune, I feel like he actually has skill specs there. Or if he just used his abilities a little bit better. In that sense, he could have also killed the Vex. I feel like it was definitely one-shottable. Didn't quite have didn't quite switch to Hammer Form in time to use the Q to get a lot of that damage coming through. But, you know, Jace is very, very strong at this point in the game, but you have to let him poke out in these fights, or else if you just get engaged on, it doesn't matter how strong this champion is, he is extremely squishy. So if Vex lands Shadow Surge onto him, or if Cataclysm comes through, Cannon Barrage comes through, it's like the champion is like, maybe gets 1 round off in some of these fights, but he wants to be getting like 3 or 4 rounds and landing on like some of these squishier targets, so that he's actually gonna be a little bit more useful in some of these fights.
Yeah, I think DNX have done a really good job this game of controlling vision around those objectives. You talked to Ryan about how much of this game is determined by who face checks into corridors, and just as I say that, Llama stepping forward, Shadow Surge is going to land. Nice W here from Llama, but the ultimate here from the Gangplank is going to stop their retreat. Nice stun from Dragon Mooncake. Colleen is going to find some on the backside. Exernian getting down to about 50% HP. That's the ultimate used from the Vex. The ultimate burned from the Gangplank on the other side. It was a couple ults burned as well, and now it is going to be DNX on to this Dragon. Bennett's in the bot side, pushing for his life. Do they want to look for a contest here, though? Dragon Moon has sniffed it out. They know that they're on it. Baron down to 50% HP. Bennett has not channeled his teleport just yet. What's the call going to be here for Hard Hat Zone? DNX, do they want to go for the fight? Do they want to go for the Dragon? But they're going to look for it. Mid only is down, and now Big Boy might be the target. Llama in the backside of the pit, still looking for something. Big Boy actually dashing forward. What are you doing? You know they're all there. He's going to trade one back, but he goes down for his efforts. Have they stopped the Baron? Have they bought enough time for Bennett, who's still pushing in the bot side? Llama trying to buy even more. Every second he buys is another auto attack onto this inhibitor tower. He's running towards this bot side. He's faster than everyone on DNX. They've stopped the Baron. They've got the inhibitor tower. Bennett, can he claim the inhibitor? Llama will go down. Almost everyone now on the side of Hard Hat Zone has found their screen gray. They're not going to get the inhibitor, but they have prevented the Baron from going over. DNX, though, grab a couple kills. Will they grab one more? Teleport from Bennett! He gets out scot-free.
Woo! Bennett able to use his TP there to actually get out. Obviously not the kind of usage we want to see, but opting to save his life rather than to save his TP in this one. Which I do think if he does die there, it's like a 3v5 on the map, so they could just go right back to Baron. But with Jace being on the map and with the pressure, the poke that he's able to bring towards the Baron, he can actually kind of apply a lot of pressure, so it would be a little bit harder for DNX to go right back over to this Baron. But we do have Dragon spawning in less than a minute, and DNX is just winning fight after fight, and we're seeing such strong execution from them. But at the same time, you know, Hard Hat Zone has to really step up their game if they're gonna win this one. You know, Penzora does have the TP at the top side, so he can apply a lot of pressure, but opting into basing here, maybe he has an item, maybe he just wants to get back with his team. But Dragon's spawning in 30 seconds, and obviously both teams want to fight. This is going to be sole points to whoever grabs it, so the next Dragon's going to be that much important. But Morgan's caught out!
Oh my goodness, he's actually going to get the stun down. That's going to be Mori going down. Shutdown goes over. What a huge pickup here from Hard Hat Zone. Exernian's going to get culled. Bennett on the bot side dodges away from the Shadow Sherds. It's so important here that Bennett stays alive. They've killed 2 in the mid lane, and now they're going to be on to the Dragon. 5 seconds on this objective. This could mean Infernal Soul point onto Hard Hat Zone. Mori a little bit overextended there in the mid lane, looking for a potential pick onto mid only, but gets it turned back around on himself. Penzora with the Cannon Barrage, potentially looking for a steal here. Barrel Change gets 75% of Dragon Mooncake's HP. Now he's going to find some damage onto Big Boy, but he's going to get it turned around. Orange just come through, but they're too early to cleanse the stun, and Bennett will claim the kill. Hard Hat Zone grab the Dragon, and they grab the gold lead back. Not quite, but they've evened it back up.
Yeah, Penzora on a bit of a one-man mission there, opting into a 1v4, actually did a lot of damage with those barrels and even the Q parlay coming through towards the end, but ended up getting CC'd by the Victor, resulting in his death. But Mori and Exernian getting caught out in the mid lane was huge for the side of DNX, resulting in the 3rd Dragon coming through. We saw so many fights going away as long as they were all grouped up as 5, but the one time that DNX is not all together and they're not all aware of where Hard Hat Zone can be, they get punished and they lose the Dragon for it, and that is going to be pretty detrimental for them on their side. It does look like Llama and Dragon Mooncake are posturing for the Baron. There's no vision, and it looks like all the members have actually snuck around the board that is placed. Maybe Bennett might not have, but it's just gone.
they just take it. I don't know if they saw Jarvan on the bot side. Maybe it was just the fact that Panzora was answering a wave, but they make the call. It's the classic hard hat zone play. They go for these cheeky Baron calls, and oh boy, does it pay off here in this scenario. They're now going to have a gold lead to their name, and they're going to try to siege up some of these towers. There's a lot of standing gold on the map here for hard hat zone, and Orion, this game too is still anyone's game.
Yeah, it does look like they're pressuring from this mid tower. Is the only remaining out of tower still up and available. Mori doing his best to defend. Shady Gecko is in the Raptor camp as well. He's potentially
TPing behind.
Maybe.
Here comes Vier into the fray from the backside. Jarvan gonna go in. Cataclysm! Gonna find the Cataclysm onto 2. It's the Bullet Storm ripping across the team fight. Vier's into the back line, and they're gonna find them all. Mid only standing tall for a moment, but it won't be long. Double kill for Panzora. They find the flank, they find the team fight in Orion. That might just be the game. Bennett recalling to try and save his base. He does have a Baron buff. Maybe those minions are enough to save the game here, but what a flank play from Vier. DNX.
Oh my
they find the angle, they find the TP fight, and now they're pushing into the base. Big chunk damage there from Bennett as he tries to save the game, trying to do what he can. 15 seconds on his Lucian, 20 less on anyone else. He's finding some damage, he's gonna keep it alive, but DNX, they strike back here in the mid lane, equalizing this game once again. Orion, this is the type of series I was promised, and I love that we're getting this type of action.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I talked about with this composition for DNX. You know, the group is 5. Use all of your ultimate abilities in cohesion and actually play together. You know, we see the Cataclysm 3-man ulti with bullet time over the top, doing so much damage. You know, able to kill 4 members away and didn't quite have a long enough death timer. Also, minions were pretty far up in the lane, and Jace still was able to get back in base, but still, we see the power that DNX still has when they group up together, but at the same time, we see the raw damage there from Jace. Those shock blasts were doing like 70% of both Mori and exerting his HP, which is one ability.
Yeah, crazy damage out of Bennett. Now has 4 items now on this Jace, Youmuu's, as well as the Grudge for some extra slows for potential catch-outs there when he does land those shock blasts. Is now just sitting in base, maybe waiting for an item here. Is going to grab up that stopwatch. Dragon spawning in just a minute. I'd like to see these teams starting to set up some vision control. The last 2 dragon fights were determined by who had priority on the area first and who had to force their enemies into them. Right now it is going to be DNX taking control of the area, sweeping out some wards, trying to get the push into the mid lane. This inhibitor down in the mid lane is going to provide so much pressure for them on this map. Hard hat zone. Do they want to contest for this dragon?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to actually gain control over that mid lane. Just due to all those supers, we're seeing them deal with that mid lane, but eventually, you know, you're going to have to deal with it regardless if you want to or not. So I'm very curious to see how slowly DNX opts into playing this fight, or how aggressive Hard Hat Zone opts into play this fight as well. We see the Siege minions meeting in the middle. EP pushing the top lane as well. So someone has to make a choice, very similar to what we saw in game 1. Who's going to choose first, and how's it going to go for him?
Hard hat zone looking to zone DNX off of the dragon, which is now going to spawn in about 5 seconds.
TP coming in.
Panzora opting to TP in, but they should see it. There's a hard hat zone ward that did spot that TP out, so they know now
Big
that
Boy's
it is a
out of position.
5v5. Big Boy, Vier might have a flank here too. It's going to be the engage denied by the Poppy. Vier now is going to go on to the Jace, who's going to go into the stopwatch. Llama in the middle, he's going to have the stopwatch as well. Mori's going to get exploded as Big Boy goes into the fight. It's 1-0 so far. Can Big Boy kite this one out? Shady Gecko looking to EQ backwards. It's going to be Bennett looking for the recall, has the teleport to rejoin this fray. Hard hat zone, they have to play this out slowly. Dragon is still the most important objective on the map. There's some minions in their base, but this is going to be the game coming down to one last fight potentially here. 5 versus 4 if Bennett can TP into this fight. Llama, though, he's just going to try and go over. He's got the Hex Flash. He's into the middle of 4. Is he going to get it? No, he has to get on out. He actually gets taken out, and the smite goes over. Both teams now on Infernal Soul point. What a game here we have in game 2.
Ooh, man, I'm surprised that fight went as well as it did for Hard Hat Zone, because Big Boy was all the way behind Dragon Pit when Vier first initially went in. But a huge Keeper's Verdict coming from Llama, kicking out 2 members of the fight, and then Big Boy able to re-enter the fight over the Dragon Ball pit, Gale forcing on top of the Misfortune, basically one-shotting her out of existence, and just doing so much raw damage. But Llama got so chunked out at the beginning of the fight, not able to be enough HP for the Dragon, and we're still at 3-3 drags for both teams, and I have a feeling that this game is not going to end until that next Dragon spawns.
4 minutes on Infernal Soul. One team or the other will be claiming that objective, you have to think. Baron will be on the map in about 30 seconds, so potentially some resources being put towards the top side of the map for that one. But as of right now, this inhibitor in the mid lane for Hard Hat Zone should be spawning relatively soon, as we do see a short pause here. Orion, this game's so insanely close. I mean, 1,000 gold separating these two teams, 15-19 in kills, 3-3 dragons, and we're back into action.
Yeah, very quick pause here. I'm not actually sure why they paused, but we are kind of getting slowed back into the game. We do have a bit of a spectator issue where anytime it does pause, we always will kind of have this issue, regardless if, we want it to or not. But yeah, both of these compositions are basically all the way online. We see like 4+ items coming through from multiple key members. I would say if we're looking at some pretty clear distinctions, we have a stopwatch on Mori. We have Zanya's on Vier. We don't have any stopwatches or survivability on the side of Hard Hat Zone. So if they get popped out immediately, Llama's getting caught out.
Llama's getting caught out. Now the engage goes on to the other side. Hostile takeover and the Keeper's Verdict, but it's going to be Vier into the backside, blowing up the Lucian. It's another one falling down as Llama will go down. Mid only can do nothing. The bailout helps for a moment, but that is not enough. Bennett now flashing into the fight, maybe trying to make a hero play, but there's no hero play to be had. Mori's got a stopwatch, and DNX have found their team fight. They've found their Game 2 victory, and Orion, we are going to a Game 3.
Yeah, and that right there is just, once again, Hard Hat Zone getting caught out without one of their main damage members. Bennett was not even in the fight until the fight was over. Llama getting caught out. Shady Gecko seeing that Poppy was not able to protect some of the key members, so Flag and dragging onto them. Cataclysm over the top, and like you said, we are going to a spicy Game 3.
DNX hit their R keys, run over the team fight, and walk it in for the, 38-minute victory there? What an absolute banger of a game. And, I mean, I felt like Hard Hat Zone didn't play that poorly. I think a lot of that just came down to a few little intricacies in some of those team fights, and DNX had the ease of execution on their side, and ultimately were able to execute on those team fights just a little bit better.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Renata Glass hostile takeover was going to be so huge. I think it ended up hitting about 4 members, but as the fight was progressing, I was like, wait, where is Jace? And all of a sudden, Jace was in mid lane. Yeah. I don't know if he actually TP'd or if he just wasn't in position there. But Hard Hat Zone getting caught out there at the end is pretty, I would say, disappointing way to lose that game. Mm-hmm. Like, they had a chance to win. 4th Dragon was spawning for both teams in about 3 minutes or so. So obviously nothing really to fight for in that area. They just get caught out in the jungle, which is where I said this is where DNX loves to fight with this composition, and ultimately is their downfall.
It sure is. Fantastic game, I think, from DNX. We have to give them a ton of credit. Really understanding what their composition did, and especially in a couple of those engages from Vier. I just think that this guy on Vex is just so dang good. Finding constant engages for the team, which then they can follow up on with the Jarvan Cataclysm, with the Sona R, and with that bullet time. But we are going to be jumping into Game 3 shortly here, so we don't have to talk too much about that Game 2, because everything's going to be left on the Rift here momentarily. We'll take a short break, but don't you go anywhere, because Game 3 coming right up.
Everybody,
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 3 for DNX versus Hard Hat Zone. First place in the Wednesday standings on the line here. Choice of your opponent in semi-finals in playoffs also on the line here. My name is Lindor, here with Orion to bring you this Game 3, and we are right into the picks and bans.
Yep, we're already seeing the Shinny hover coming from the DNX. Respect to TSM there. Most likely, bans will stay the same. We saw the same bans for both Game 1 and Game 2, I believe. So I doubt that Game 3 is coming through, that there'll be any adaptation from either side in the ban category. I'm very curious to see what first pick is going to be for DNX. Game 1, we saw the very quick volley break pick come through, and Llama was able to pick the Jarvan and kind of just be able to, oh, actually, that's a GP ban. And that is an adaptation. So it looks like Hard Hat Zone is opting into leaving up the Rakan, I think.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, so they leave up the Rakan, they ban away GP, mostly because last game they saw how early they were able to just pick GP, and I guess Hard Hat Zone just didn't quite have the match that they wanted to pick into it. But the takeaway here potentially from Hard Hat Zone's mid laner, he has only played 2 Victor games so far. And Vier has played is a third champion, I think, Victor behind Vex and Ari, which were both already taken away. So this makes a lot of sense just to take it away from the guy that's only been playing Victor. Very curious to see what he's going to be picking here. I think I would probably say Orianna. Yeah, Orianna coming through makes a lot of sense with Jarvan Cataclysm. And we also have the immobile Victor coming through. If he ever blows Flash, that combination can cause a lot of havoc for DNX's mid laner here in this one. But so far, a pretty different draft than what we've seen so far Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, I like the pick away there from DNX. For mid only, it is now 6 of 8 competitive matches on the Victor. So taking him off that comfort pick, I think, is a smart move here for Game 3. Of course, VR is pretty comfortable on the pick, and they're actually going to go for a Ezreal. So they finally get the Ezreal for Mori. I believe that was banned away in Game 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Game 1 and Game 2, actually. So we saw Vex banned here instead of the Ezreal. So they get that comfort pick for Mori as well.
Yep, and I think Mori is pretty happy about this one coming through. It's a champion that can deal with both Jarvan and Orianna pretty easily. One of the very little mobile AD carries that are actually an option. And that is a Skarner locked in. I'm very curious to see how many times this champion has actually been locked out. It does look like, oh, never mind. Okay, so Skarner is Shady Gecko was like, kind of talking in chat saying like it might have been a different pick, but he just said Skarner in all caps, saying that it's this pick. So he is very excited to be playing this one, but that is a very early Nasus pick.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we got the spicy draft coming through here. Where's Captain Flowers at? Because we got some Skarner gameplay. Nasus again here for Bennett. Just blind picking this champion. Could have an opportunity to maybe ban away some of the really tough matchups for the Nasus. I know, some solo queue things like the Vayne and any range top laner like that can really abuse it. So, okay, Graves makes a lot of sense to ban that away. And Hard Hat Zone, it feels like are just playing for scaling. Once again, that's what they found success on in Game 1, and looking for a similar composition here with the Jarvan, the Nasus, and the Orianna instead of the Victor like we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, given how Game 2 went, I mean, we saw, I think it was 34, 35 minutes. Game 1 was, getting close to 30 minutes, and I think Nasus was, it was 31, actually, and Nasus had, 600-plus stacks. We saw the Senna scaling as well, but that is currently banned away from DNX, so not going to have that second scaling option here, the quote-unquote infinite scaling here. But, Bennett is feeling confident on this. It's the only reason you would pick Nasus here, especially into a player like Panzura, who has been kind of dominating top lane. I would say the entire CCS probably. He has had some quality games where he hasn't looked super, super dominant, but he is saying that I don't care what this guy picks into my Nasus. I'm gonna scale. I'm gonna be stronger than him when I hit 400, 500 plus stacks, and there's nothing you can do about it.
All right, Vayne banned away here for DNX. I was about to call that one out because Big Boy has played Vel'Koz, Syndra, Senna, and Vayne so far in the CCS. Guess what? All 4 of those champions are banned away. So Big Boy is going to have to give us something new here. We did, of course, see the Lucian in Game 2. I wasn't a super big fan. There were a few misplays with the culling and even dashing in a couple fights where I didn't feel like he had any business doing so. But he's going to look for the Goomba Stomp with the Tristana here. They're leaving counter pick for Dragon Mooncake in this bot lane matchup. And some more scaling prowess here with the Tristana. We'll see what DNX wants to answer with. They need a top laner. They need a support.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see what the top laner is actually going to end up being here for Panzora here in this matchup. I feel like there's a lot of champions you could opt up into going, but I'm very curious. Oh, that's a Maokai. So that's most likely Maokai support, by the way.
Yeah.
It is not going into the top lane. I hope. I swear if this goes to the top lane, DNX is like actually for funding this game they want to lose. But Exardian most likely taking the Maokai support. It does kind of make a little bit of sense in Tristana a little bit, because even if Tristana jumps, the roots can kind of follow Tristana, and you can actually land a knockback with your Q into it. But it's actually just going to end up being the 1v1 Realm of Death champion in the top lane. Mordekaiser locked in, and Panzora has had some dominant games on this champion.
Yeah, Panzora is the type of player, I mean, we keep talking about it. He's the type of player who can just 1v9 games. He can just take over a top lane lead, and we've seen him have 10 CS per minute games where he just absolutely destroys people. And Mordekaiser, like you say, Orion, is one of those champs that he can really put on a show playing that sort of style. We're going to see him on that here. Coming through for Hard Hat Zone. What more could we ask for a Game 3 draft? I mean, really.
Okay, so there's like 6. Okay, I'll give Tristana a bit of a lenience. There's like 5 champions in this game. Actually, no, I'll give Mordekaiser 2. 4 champions in this game that probably are like picked competitively, maybe like 1% of the time. And we see all 4 of them. I'm honestly not too familiar with the Maokai Amumu support matchup, I would say. I doubt anyone truly is, like, instead of like truly being very adept at knowing how that matchup really plays out. I do know that Amumu has no way of stopping Maokai root coming through.
Right.
You are able to kind of stop Maokai from instantly queuing if the Amumu stun comes through from landing his Q as well. So you do kind of have that leniency, but it's most likely just going to be a farm lane for both bot laners. I think there can be some kill threat, because with the 2 Qs that Amumu has, if Ezreal ease away from the first one, you have the second Q coming through that can potentially lock him up even better. So very curious to see how this one goes. Mid lane, control mage, just try your best to farm and survive in the mid lane. And top lane, it's all about how much can Panzora deny away from Bennett. We saw last game at 10 minutes, Bennett had like 90 stacks. At 20, he had 400. At 30, he had 600. So typically it's 200 every 10 minutes. That's a really, really good pace. So he went from 100 to 400 in game 1, and we saw him actually really starting to dictate the game, basically, and having full control. I'm curious if he's going to take Ultimate Spellbook in this one as well, because game 1 he had Heal Flash, which probably was mostly just to kind of heal away from the movement speed that set would garner and just like survive laning phase, basically, because he knew he had the scaling and he had the spellbook to TP back into lane. But this this draft is probably the most unpredictable draft. If you ask anyone that's watched DNX and Hard Hat Zone this entire season and said, hey, what are the 5 champions they're going to play? I bet you Skarner, Maokai, Nasus, and Amumu are probably not on that list. Maybe Amumu.
Maybe Tristana doesn't even make the list, right? Like,
that's what I was going to say. Like, I don't even think Tristana makes this, which I did give some leniency. I was like, okay, I'll say 4, but I would honestly say Tristana is probably included in that list as well.
And even if you consider Llama's champion pool, this is only his 3rd Jarvan game, so lots of unique picks coming out. A little bit more standard in the mid lane with these scaling control mages, but yeah, I'm really excited to get this game underway. It looks like the teams are taking their time here in draft, making sure that they talk out how their composition wants to function, how they want to play through kind of the early and mid stages of the game, what their win conditions are, and how they want to play out some of those scenarios. But I'm excited to get into this game 3. Orion, Is there a lane here that you think the top laners are going to want to go for? I mean, you already talked about how this bot lane is sort of maybe just a farm fest, and Panzora obviously wants to be getting the lead on this Mordekaiser. So for Shady Gecko, are you looking for him to go towards this top side and maybe lend a hand toward Panzora getting that lead?
You see, the thing is, Skarner's gank presence isn't actually all that great. He does have the gank set with bot lane, and you have Panzora's pullback with his E coming through if you're able to actually land it. But even then, it's like if the root comes through, and then like if the root comes through before Tristana jumps away, Tristana can most likely just jump out of the situation. But you can buffer Tristana's Q, or the initial jump with Maokai Q coming through as well. So if Exernian is able to actually cancel that initial jump, you can actually kind of stop Tristana from actually getting away. But I do think for Jarvan, for Llama in this one, Jarvan in both games has cleared one to three camps and immediately went mid lane.
Yeah.
Both games, game 1 and game 2 for both teams. So I assume both teams will be aware of Jarvan's early pathing and make sure that they don't actually get exposed too early in the game. And then for Bennett and also for Dragon Mooncake in this one, I'm very curious to see how these team fights are actually going to be playing out for both sides, because the Amumu ultimate coming through with Orianna Ball, if you were stuck in there, that extra magic damage coming through, which I think is 10% from Amumu's W, I think.
Yes.
Or passive, one of the two.
Passive.
Yeah. So that extra magic damage coming through is going to be a lot, and it is going to do you have to be very, very careful if you are DNX in this one, because if you group together with Amumu and Orianna Ball and Cataclysm, it's going to be pretty tough to pilot some of these fights if they get clumped up like last game.
Absolutely true. We saw DNX with the 5v5 composition here in Game 2. Now Hard Hat Zone taking a page out of that book, looking for some Press R compositions themselves. We'll see how this Game 3 does shake out. We are going to wait about 2 minutes for a spectator delay, but we'll be right back for Game 3, DNX versus Hard Hat Zone.
Everybody panic! Hold on! About to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
We are on to Summoner's Rift, everybody, for a third and final time here tonight. It is DNX and Hard Hat Zone going the distance in their 3-game series here. A battle for the crown of the Wednesday standings. Everything on the line here in Game 3. My name is Lindor, here again with Orion. And Orion, we have some very interesting team compositions here coming through. Shady Gecko on the Skarner, we've got Maokai support, we've got a Mumu support on the other side, and Bennett showing us the Nasus here for the second time tonight.
Yeah, Nasus isn't something that's like too unfamiliar for us already because we saw it in Game 1. A couple things to kind of note. We do have Exhaust Ignite for both bot lanes here, so kind of looking to be pretty aggressive. Also, Halo Blaze Tristana allows it to go for very quick trades. PTA for Ezreal makes a decent amount of sense. I feel like you're, especially with kind of the quick trades that Tristana wants to go for, it helps in enabling Ezreal to do pack a little bit more of a punch here in that one. It does look like both junglers are going to be pathing up towards the top half of the map. It does look like I'm very curious to see if we're going to see a potential for another Llama very early game gank. We saw Jarvan Game 1 attempt mid lane, failed. Game 2, Jarvan attempt mid lane, and I think it was a success for DNX, if I can't remember, or it might have been like a flash. Yeah, so yeah, very successful. So Game 3 could be a different adaptation, but Panzora already getting aggressive on Bennett. Like I talked about in the Champion Select, you cannot let this champion scale, although he does scale kind of inevitably with just over time, like where he's going to just kind of be at the point where he can just walk out the minions and kill them. It's going to be up to Panzora to delay that as much as he possibly can as Dragon Mooncake hits level 2!
Gonna find the Q, jump forward here onto Xernean, and Exhaust is gonna go down, but this bomb might be a lot of damage. Xernean is ticking away with that Ignite, but will just be able to stay alive. We are gonna see BB Llama into the mid lane here. I don't think Vier spotted him on that ward. Is going to look for this flash EQ, is going to get the flash out of Vier. Now the slow comes down. Surely this is a dead Victor. He's got nowhere to run. Mid only actually is going to flash to try and take the kill. Can he claim it though? It's actually Llama that has to take it down, but first blood for Hard Hat Zone.
And once again, Jarvan the Fourth making an entry into the mid lane. 3 games in a row, basically at the 3-minute marker. This time, Llama successfully getting the kill there, burning both the flash as well. So really solid start here for Hard Hat Zone.
Fantastic for them. VR did TP back to this lane, so he's going to try and shove it under here, so that mid only has to try and get the reset or see what he can do with this wave. Up in the top side, it is Panzora trying to put the pressure down, as Dragon Mooncake on the bot side actually is going to miss the bandage toss there onto Xernean, and the hero minion able to tank that one up. Mid lane though, Llama's looking for more here. Vier is able to provide enough space to get himself out of that one. Llama, I think, just wants to help mid only get the push here so that he can reset. Looking very low on mana and is now going to be able to go for that recall. Bennett looking worse for wear here on the top side. Panzora putting the pedal to the metal already with the CS discrepancy and is chunking Bennett out like he can. Ryan, you talk about slowing down this Nasus so far. Has been doing a pretty good job of that. Up over 10 CS so far. We'll see how much of this wave that's crashing right now that Bennett can pick up. But this is the Panzora that we're used to seeing. This is the Panzora that can solo carry games. And Llama, he's into the mid lane for like the 4th time this game. This poor Victor getting cyberbullied here in Game 3.
Yeah, he's applying a lot of pressure, but we are seeing the pressure that Shady Gecko has from Panzora to take away the Krugs. Now, while Bennett is farming up in this top side, it's very, like, you have to be aware of just how many stacks he is actually getting with his Q. You know, he could have all the farm in the world, but if he's actually not farming with his Q, it doesn't actually result in that big of a deal. So yeah, he has 24 farm, but he's only at 39 stacks so far just due to all the pressure that Panzora was able to apply to him. Anytime he walks up to that minion, boom, Q has to come down every single time just to make sure like you're challenging him for every single minion here. So really good job by Panzora so far here in this top side. Bennett getting close, I think, to level 6, probably here in like maybe 2 waves, but still, Panzora is just doing so much. And he realizes that even if Llama were to come up here, he still has a pretty decent chance of just kind of nullifying a little bit of that ganking presence that Jarvan can have, especially with how low Bennett currently is. He does have heal, so he's not necessarily super easy champion to dive in this situation. He can maybe bait it out a little bit. There it is.
Ooh, does have to use the heal there. We'll use that summoner spell to pick up the rest of this wave, and then hopefully we'll be able to recall on this cannon wave. Yeah, we'll do exactly that. So I think that's a worth trade, right? If you're Bennett, you got a couple extra stacks, you pick up the XP on that wave, and hopefully Panzora can't hard shove this cannon wave as effectively. The rest of his team are grabbing up the first objective. It is the dragon going over Cloud Soul, or rather, sorry, Cloud Dragon taken up means it won't be Cloud Soul, and that's a good sign for Hard Hat Zone if they want to start this stacking up early. Looking in on this jungle matchup, Llama, yeah, he's been a little bit more active on the map, did get first blood, now grabbed up a dragon, but Shady Gecko capitalizing on that, on this farming champion, has done a good job stealing away a couple camps and building up a small XP lead for himself. Down here in the bot side, since we haven't checked in a little while, it is looking very even after the all-in attempt didn't quite end up in a kill for Hard Hat Zone, and so now it's just Mori confidently able to farm up here on the Ezreal is going to remain very, very safe down here in this bot side.
Yeah, so the one thing to note about Skarner is that he likes to play around all of his spires that spawn on the map. You get 3 for your team and 3 for the enemy team. So like if you're actually invading in the jungle, if you have those spires, which you see the blue circle that he has acquired them, it gives him so much of a clear speed, movement speed coming through, but this is a very dangerous position for Bennett to be in.
Yeah.
Not only is his wave pushing away from him, but Panzora has the Realm of Death up and available. So to where even if like he has the Jarvan come in to help him push it out, he can still be 1v1'd by this Mordekaiser. And also, Shady Gecko is also in the area.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a level 5 Jarvan, I don't think you want that 1v1 in the Death Realm. Llama does have to do something, though, because if Panzora is able to freeze this wave, it can theoretically just stay here forever, and Bennett can then never get farmed. They are going to go for it now. We'll see if the R is going to come down. That's going to be the Death Realm onto Bennett, so looking for the 1v1 here against the Nasus, but Panzora getting chunked out heavily before this fight even starts. I'm not sure he can win this one. Flash away from Bennett is going to preempt the Q down from Panzora. Now has the shield, though, but mid lane, mid only is getting focused out. Shady Gecko into the mid lane. Looks like he had to use the Impale. Is going to try and give the kill over to Vier, but actually ends up having to pick it up. Vier with the flash, not able to grab it. Meanwhile, on the top side, Panzora lives the gank. Bennett doesn't go down either. They do get the wave reset, so for the side of Hard Hat Zone, it's mission accomplished. They do unfortunately pay for it with the life of their mid laner.
Yeah, we didn't watch the mid lane execution, but you can kind of see from the summoner spells what happened. Shady Gecko flashed onto mid only, impaled him into the Victor, and Victor was able to use the Chaos Storm over top as well. Pretty unfortunate there for Vier. Opting to using his flash and not even getting the kill afterwards is a bit of a feels bad for him, not because now Llama getting close to level 6 himself. If he makes a trip into mid lane, all he has to do is Cataclysm into a Shockwave, and almost a guaranteed death for him, not having that innate survivability with the flash ability for him. So definitely look for Hard Hat Zone to make that aggressive play into the mid lane if Vier is in a not safe position.
Yeah, and that mid lane play could just snowball into this additional dragon going over to the side of Hard Hat Zone. They want to play towards this bot side of the map with Dragon Mooncake and Llama, and maybe even mid only, who we now see roaming towards this side. They might look for a potential play here. There's no level 6 yet on Dragon Mooncake, and it looks like the bot lane here from DNX is actually just going to go for the reset. So smartly realizing, hey, yeah, we need to buy. There's potentially a window of opportunity here for a mid roam or a Jarvan gank. They're going to respect that and get back to base. Dragon spotted in a minute 30. There's a little bit of gold kicking around in this Orianna's pockets. We'll see if they can go spend that up before this dragon does spawn. Is going to now probably clear up this wave and then maybe look for that recall.
Ooh, wait, this is dangerous. Panzora almost Realm of Death as well.
Yeah.
But about 10 seconds. Bennett getting super tugged out. Shady Gecko is in the area as well. Does have Impale up. It looks like he's
you gotta be careful, buddy. Stun comes through. Gonna get the suppress as well. This could just be a dead dog. Bennett is gonna use that ultimate to stay alive for a moment longer, but Panzora claims the kill, and Mordekaiser becomes even more threatening now. Up almost 40 CS in this lane. Now has a kill against Bennett.
Llama.
And now Llama in the mid lane looking for something onto the Vier. This is exactly what you talked about, Orion. It's Cataclysm into the Shockwave, but Xernean has read this play so well, and they're going to turn it back around. Chaos Storm on the Jarvan's head. You're not locked in here with me. I'm locked in here with you, and I'm going to take you out. BB mid only can do nothing but watch his jungler fall. And DNX off to the races here. 2,000 gold in the lead now. I have to say, Xernean with a fantastic read on that play.
Yeah, and like we talked about, you know, Vier not having flash, very easy target to pick off, but so does DNX also knows that, and a great job by Xernian there, taking a visit into the mid lane, being at the right place at the right time, not only saving his or her own mid laner, but also doing a really solid job of picking up the kill as well. But it does look like the Hardhat Zone is opting into starting out this dragon fight.
You came to the mid lane.
Mid.
You're from mid only, is going to look to join the fray. Dragon has already been started by Llama and the rest of the team. They're taking some AoE damage here, but they're going to look for the engaged Dragon Mooncake with the flash. You're going to use the ultimate. Goodbye, Vier. You cannot withstand that. CC locked and taken out. No flash even available, even if he had wanted to, and that will mean the Dragon will be picked up here for Hardhat Zone. They are playing to their win conditions. The only question is, can Panzora get a big enough lead on this top side for it not to matter? So far, Hardhat Zone is trying to solidify a lead on the bot side here for Big Boy. They are stacking these dragons up, but look at this lead now for Panzora on the top side. I mean, Bennett can barely even walk out from under his tower. Let's see how many stacks this Nasus has. I feel like he's struggling quite a bit to get things going here.
Yeah,
100 stacks.
Yeah, 100 stacks. At the 10-minute mark definitely isn't where you probably want to be if you're Nasus, but at the same time, your team already has 2 dragons stacked up for you. So even if your team isn't necessarily strong enough to fight for the next couple of dragons they're going to be spawning, you don't have to worry about a soul or a soul point coming through for the next 20 minutes, if that is the case for DNX, if that is the route they choose to go with. So he will have time. 20 minutes is a long time for Nasus to eventually start farming up. And, you know, for Bennett here, he's mostly worried about, like, getting some of his items to come through. If he's able to get Divine Sunder, and he's able to get a little bit more MR items, if he gets, like, I don't know, maybe a Spirit Visage or a Force of Nature, Panzora's damage is going to start being a lot less and less as time does come through here. But it does look like Richard is spawning in the mid lane. The air almost has flashback up, so even if Cataclysm comes through, he will be able to flash the Shockwave. So not necessarily super worried at that point, but right back up the top lane, this Panzora is just landing a Q every single time he goes for a minion.
Yeah. Bennett has done a really good job, I think, of dodging out from a lot of these. I think if I was this Nasus, I probably would have died a few times by now. So good job by him for sure to weather the onslaught of this Panzora Mordekaiser. The rest of his team, like you say, they're doing a good job. They're stacking up dragons. You know, they have a bit of a mid lane advantage. They have a bit of a bot lane advantage. And Llama doing Jarvan things as he'll actually look for Xernian here. He's going to immediately blow the flash and will get away. But that's a pretty big summoner spell down here for this Maokai. Now doesn't have that quick snap engage with the flash coming forward.
It does look like they're still going forward. Caution progressively. Xernian?
Exhaust back and forth. Mori looking for the kill. Buster shot will actually finish it off. Big Boy able to claim that one. Llama now with the EQ flash. Going to find the knockup onto Xernian, who doesn't have anything available. Flash already burned. Dragon Mooncake has the stuns as well. Hardhat Zone fighting hard on the opposite side of the map. Going to grab maybe even a first tower here. Big Boy, the beneficiary of this early game here for the Hardhat Zone.
Panzora trying to get the top tower here as well. I don't know who's going to get it. It's going to be close. Woo!
Earthblading falls. First tower blood does in fact go over to Hardhat Zone, so they pick that one up. They get a kill on their Tristana. The tower falls on the top side, but honestly, if you're Bennett, you're kind of happy about that. Maybe now he can freeze a wave under his tier 2 tower and not have to deal with as much of a pressure here from Panzora.
Well, I would assume Panzora is still going to be able to apply pressure, but with how long that lane is now, Panzora might not feel as comfortable as he used to feel in that top side if he chooses to go there. And if anyone chooses to go in that top side, it's going to be pretty awkward just to kind of mosey your way on up there. If you don't actually have a particular reason to be there. Obviously, people will still have to catch that wave when the Nasus does end up pushing that out, but he's probably going to end up pushing it out particularly very slowly, only last hitting the minions with his Q, getting as many stacks as he possibly can. But at the end of the day here, we do see a couple of kills going the way of Hardhat Zone, and they're starting to slowly get the gold lead back. It's only 1k gold lead here, and 2 kills on your 80 carry, who already has Kraken Slayer. Big Boy is going to be doing so much damage if he's able to get the Hail of Blades, as well as a Kraken proc. Like, he is going to probably... I would say he could probably one-shot Vier and Mori if he actually Goomba stomps them with the explosive shot actually on them. Have to wait and see how that one ends up being played out. But so far, both teams are pretty content with what the state that they're in. Not necessarily looking to be super aggressive, but Llama and Big Boy are in conjunction here, maybe looking for a bot lane play.
Yeah, another thing for Big Boy is this QSS that he has purchased, paying the Mordekaiser and the Skarner tax early as possible. So nice little extra infusion of gold, of course, does help with that, and we'll be able to pick up this wave under tower. Dragon Mooncake and Llama are hovering in the area, but I think it's more just to protect Big Boy in case Xernean tries to go for any sort of a crazy play. And in the mid lane, we're actually going to see Herald spawned up. This is a bit of a distraction Herald tactic. Dragon spawned in about 5 or 6 seconds. Bennett and mid only are forced to answer this push in the mid lane, while the rest of the team tries to set up around this dragon. But Hard Hat Zone,
There goes Shady.
very split here, and that's going to be the ultimate coming forward. Pull him into the middle of the team. They're going to try and find it. Dragon Mooncake has a massive ultimate. They're finding the Cataclysm as well. Where's the Shockwave? It's already used, and they haven't found any members. Big Boy's still alive, looking for the resets. Bennett standing strong in this fighting. Xernean's going to be the next to fall. Big Boy free fire, and he's found the resets. He's found the jumps. He's found the kills. And Hard Hat Zone will break open the game. They're going to try and get this soul point on them. Benzora is still here in the area trying to fight for his life, but he's in a 3v1, and that is not a fight that he wins. They claim all 5, and Hard Hat Zone take control of the game.
And there we see the AoE Wampo combo from the Jarvan and the Amumu coming through. I'm pretty sure that was like a 3 or 4-man Cataclysm into a 4-man Amumu ulti as well, using Curse the Sad Mummy, doing so much AoE damage. It would have been so much better if Orianna wasn't put into the Death Realm. He had to actually use Shockwave to kind of get Mordekaiser off of him a little bit there, but still, such a good fight. And that puts him at soul point at 20. It's going to be 22 minutes soul potentially here for Hard Hat Zone. And when you have Nasus on your team, who is slowly but surely scaling up, this is getting a bit dangerous here for DNX.
Yeah, Bennett in that fight didn't even have to worry about Panzora, because Panzora was trying to get other things done, and so Bennett was just on the back line, slapping people left, right, and center with these Nasus Qs. And the cane comes down. It's about 400 or 500 HP off of you every single time. And like you say, Orion, this is a pick that just gets stronger. Shady Gecko going to find himself found out here. Cataclysm is available. It's going to be used by Llama. The rest of the team here from DNX are trying to join. Shockwave comes down. Can they burst through it? Yes. And now Xernean's into the fight, but Xernean, that's not somewhere you want to be. It's a double kill now for Big Boy B. He's 6-0 on this Tristana Hard Hat Zone. Off to the races here in Game 3.
Yeah, Xernean just doesn't have the goal to be tanky yet. Maokai does have Aftershock in this game, but even with Aftershock, you don't have the HP, you don't have the extra resistances coming through, as it does look like the continued push is going to be happening here in the mid lane. But Bennett is just solo down here on this bot lane. Dragon has the run around.
He's gonna find the Q. No, just barely stepped away from, but Big Boy with the Goomba Stomp looking to go forward. Llama finds the EQ flash once again. These Jarvan mechanics on point. And it's another kill into the pockets of this Tristana. Big Boy has 1,600 gold to spend, is gonna be able to finish his second item here. Let's see here, just under 4,000 gold ahead of Mori in this game.
Yeah, he is definitely going to be the main carry in a lot of these fights, as we do see a QSS tax coming through onto the Jarvan. He realizes the amount of impact that he can have in this fight, and if Mordekaiser is able to ult him away, the Cataclysm doesn't ever come through, and the innate lockdown would not be able to follow. But now that we're
for Ori too.
Yep, the QSS is coming through. So a lot of the options that Skarner now has are either maybe even a Mumu, or you have Bennett as well, but at the same time, it's like you don't really want to be having those ult options come through.
Dragon Mooncake, he's found a flank. The Q is going to go down. Does he have the Curse of the Sad Mummy? He doesn't want to expend it just yet. The damage onto Xernean as the Aftershock does just wear off. The second Q not going to find its mark on Demary, but Xernean will surely fall. True Shot Barrage chunks Big Boy out a little bit low, but still has 300 HP to work with, and this game has become all Hard Hat Zone all the time. They've got the go buttons, and they know when to push them right there. Picking on Xernean once again, a little bit overextended in this mid lane. Fantastic flank from Dragon Mooncake.
And we're at the 20-minute mark, which means we have to check the NASA stacks, and he is at 300. So he went from like right at 90 to right at 300. So Bennett in a lot of these fights is going to be a lot more useful than he was a previous Dragon fight. And we have the Dragon spawning in about 1:30. And Hard Hat Zone just looks to be so much in a better position than DNX is currently. You have an 8-0 Tristana in the back, and it's not like you can just take her out of the fight with Death Realm because she's going to immediately QSS it. So DNX's options are very, very limited currently here. It does look like they're potentially trying to get Shig. Go!
You're looking for him, EQ over the wall.
Oh, Big Boy!
Big Boy's in the middle of 3! What are you doing, man? He finds one, he's gonna find the reset, but he's suppressed! The QSS is not enough, they shut him down, the Victor stands. Oh, Panzora now in the middle of the fight is gonna drag someone to the Death Realm, but it is gonna be Exernia the target. The tree gets chopped down. Panzora's in the middle of 4, he's actually in the Death Realm, but when he comes out, he's in a world of pain. Double kill for Llama. Hard Hat Zone find 3 for 1. Big Boy does get shut down, very aggressive in that fight, but they're able to clean it up on the backside.
Big Boy just went in like, oh my, that was so aggressive, probably really unnecessary in that fight. Just trying to, I assume, Buster shot the Victor back into his team, but trying to pull a Lee Sin on a play that probably didn't need to happen. Oh, Llama trying to predict Mori's face
Oh,
shift.
he and Flash have been used. Dragon Mooncake is here. Actually, lots of damage coming through from this Ezreal. Krishna said Mummy has to be used. Mid only is going to die to the turret. It isn't execute, but it's still a champion down. 3 seconds on the Ocean Dragon. That's your soul, Hard Hat Zone. What are you doing? They've ran it down mid. They've gave some kills over. Dragon Mooncake will be the 3rd. The Dragon stacking will surely be stopped, and there's a glimmer of hope here for DNX.
You have got to be kidding me. Hard Hat Zone, what are we thinking in the mid lane? Going for an option that was just not very well done. I don't think we had a lot of tools to actually execute on that kill, resulting in not only 2 kills going the way of Mori, but also, 1 kill because the Orianna got executed, but also you don't get soul points. Ocean Soul at 23 minutes would have been so big, but like we saw in that fight before, even with Big Boy going diving so deep, they weren't actually able to get their kills on the rest of the members, and Panzora opting into Death Realm onto Bennett, but Bennett survived the entire time and was just able to survive with about half HP as well. He has the Spirit Visage, so he has so much MR, and it does look like we're going into a slight pause.
Yeah, should just be a short pause. We are back into the action now. Yeah, I mean, Hard Hat Zone going for the all gas, no break strategy here, but sometimes when you don't have breaks, you just slam right into a wall, and it doesn't really look so good. So yeah, unfortunately, a little bit over aggressive there, a little bit over eager. Maybe they could feel the game in their hands. They realized, hey, the soul is spawning. If we get this kill, the game is ours, but a nice capitalization here from Vier in the mid lane. We are now seeing these teams grouping around this mid side. Baron now on the map, so that is the current neutral objective that is up and available. But so far right now, it's just both these top laners in the bot side farming up what they can. And I'm not sure we're going to get a team fight here anytime soon. We'll see if Llama can find a pick off, but for the time being, I think it's going to be a lot about this side lane pressure and waiting for this next dragon to spawn.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important for Hard Hat Zone, especially after giving away those 3 kills and the dragon, to kind of just say, okay, let's take a deep breath. Let's assess how we're actually going to win this game and not just rely on killing, but basically playing a team deathmatch for the rest of the game. You know, they have the Nasus, they have the 3 dragons in their back pocket, they have great team fighting at their hands. They just need to use the tools, take a step back and say, okay, deep breath. All right, let's refocus. Let's get our head in the game a little bit. Tristana now is at 3 items plus QSS, one of those items being a Bloodthirster. And there's actually, there is a Bramble Vest coming through from Mordekaiser, so a little bit of anti-healing, but not much. Big Boy will be still having that shield coming through, and the nice survivability that's going to be feeling pretty good for Tristana. But Dragon spawning in 230, and if DNX get another pick or another fight like they did in the mid lane, They can stall the dragon out once again, but even if they are stalling 25 minutes, Bennett now is at 400 stacks, and stacks just keep going up and up and up.
They just don't stop. That is the way of the Nasus. Bennett doing a nice job. He's pretty comfortable under this tower. Like, it doesn't feel like Panzora has any sort of dive threat unless maybe he calls a few members over. And so far, I mean, yeah, he's got, what, 150 stacks in the last 5 minutes, so is well and truly scaling up on this Nasus. Has some MR like you talked about earlier, even has a tier in his inventory, so eventually the Thimblewinter will provide even more of that scaling prowess for this team and for this Nasus. So Dragon in 1 minute and 50 seconds. It is Panzora just auto pushing these waves, maybe going to try and claim this tower eventually, but Bennett has pretty decent wave clear here. He might even have a couple points in his E. I'd imagine he does by now, and that's going to help him out a lot in some of these wave clear scenarios.
Yeah, and at this point, with all the damage that Nasus has with the Q proc and the Sheen proc from Divine Sunder, he is healing for about 200 HP every time he Qs, so it's probably the amount of damage that Mordekaiser's doing to him every single time. So.
This could be the dive angle, though. Shady Gecko is looking for it. They do walk over a ward, and so they actually call it off immediately. Bennett backing off with a little bit of respect here. Good vision control here from DNX. They have control of the Dragon Pit area. Dragon Mooncake and Llama looking to walk forward here, try and clear out a few of these wards, pick up their blue buff onto mid only, and prepare for this fight. Ultimates available across the board. Summoner spells available across the board. This is the fight that could determine the series. This is the fight that could crown one of these teams the Wednesday League champions here in the regular season. 50 seconds and counting.
Yeah, you can tell just the tension of both teams. Both teams already grouping around the objective that does not have a minute or like a minute 30 seconds so it even spawns up. So you know just how important this is going to mean for both teams. If you're Hard Hat Zone, this is Ocean Soul in the back pocket of your team. But Shady's
Gecko is looking. He's going to get found out. Has to flash over the wall. Dragon Mooncake with the bandage tossed, locking him up there, saying, no, you can't run at my mid laner. No, you can't run at my 80 carry. And now they have reclaimed the area, looking to put some vision control down, push DNX off of the area. Llama's looking for it, flashing into the cataclysm. Now he's got the blast one over the wall, looking at TP coming through from Panzora into the backside. Dragon Mooncake, he's in the middle. He's found a big ultimate. Shockwave onto 2. The stopwatch comes through. Panzora's here, but is it too late? DNX are falling down. Dragon Mooncake might be the focus, but he just barely lives. Panzora gets eviscerated, and Mori and Exernian stand alone. Big boy with just a sliver of HP somehow survived that whole thing, and this will surely mean the Ocean Soul goes over to Hard Hat Zone. They find the engage, they find the team fate, they find the Ocean Soul.
And there it is once again, the Wombo combo coming through. Llama trying to get a poke out. Bennett has Wither.
It presses Q and Mori goes pop. No respect out of this Ezreal. And that's going to mean the Baron might be on the menu here. 8 seconds, 6 seconds on the air. A couple on Shady Gecko. Bennett pushes down the mid lane. The rest of the team going for the Baron buff. Hard Hat Zone, they won the fight. They thought maybe they'd get the Dragon and the mid lane tower. But Mori says, here, I'll give you a Baron on top of it all. And they will gladly pick up their prize. Now 6,000 gold in the lead. Make it 7,000 as they claim the Baron. Hard Hat Zone, this is your game to win.
Yeah, and this is why we saw Dragon Mooncake going with the Amumu, going very aggressively into the 3-man squad, and we see Curse the Sad Mummy on top of Cataclysm, on top of a Shockwave, basically deleting 3 members of DNX before the fight really even got started. Panzora not quite able to get to the team fight in time, and even though he did, we still have a 10-1-4 big boy on Tristana that just one-shot him off of the map, and Mori just didn't quite have the DPS that he needs to execute on this game, and it's a 7,000 gold lead here for Hard Hat Zone. This is most likely going to be a bit of a victory push here in the next 3 minutes if they are able to crash some of these towers down.
Double super buffed up, 5 members strong in the mid lane. Big boy gonna get pulled back in, but is gonna be all right. Bennett stepping forward and taking huge chunks out of the tower. Dragon Mooncake is in, they're looking for the engage. They're gonna find his Shockwave on a 3. It's found, it's Mark. Panzora's in the death realm taking out Dragon Mooncake, but the rest of his team is just dying to Hard Hat Zone. Big Boy jumps forward, grabs the resets, grabs another kill. Now looking for the one onto Panzora. Gets the ultimate off, is gonna find the kill. Hard Hat Zone find the victory here in Game 3. They're your CCS Wednesday champions in the regular season. They will take that first seed spot after this victory against DNX.
Really solid game here for Hard Hat Zone. We saw Bennett up in the top side just doing Nasus things. He's having a bit of a miserable laning phase, but all of a sudden he started getting those stacks. He started getting so much through, and all of a sudden we saw multiple fights being won here by Hard Hat Zone over and over. The Wabo combo coming through with the Amumu, Jarvan, Oriana. You love to see it here from Hard Hat Zone, being the regular season champions of the Wednesday division. Now they actually get to choose their opponent in playoffs. And well, they basically had the guaranteed bye week since they were already first or second seed regardless. But now they get to choose their opponent as well. And it's got to feel good, especially since, DNX was probably the team that people most likely thought was winning the series. And even though they didn't have their mid laner alternative in this one, still actually won it out.
Yeah.
Woo.
I mean, impressive showing from Hard Hat Zone. I have to say, I think they deserved this series win. With mid only in for them in the mid lane, not playing with their normal starting mid laner. I thought they had an absolutely fantastic showing. I think game 2, DNX, had a really solid game plan and were able to execute on it incredibly well. But Hard Hat Zone, scrappy as ever here in game 3, I think really showcased a lot of their skills. I think Bennett in the top side he didn't even counterpick in these lanes, right? He just let Panzora counterpick him and said, listen, I'm farming. I'm dodging as many of your Qs as possible. I'm not going to let you kill me under tower. And I mean, look, 200 CS had, I don't even know how many Nasus stacks at the end of that game, but a really, really confident game from him there. We are going to have an interview here, I think, with a Hard Hat Zone member shortly. But before we do that, Orion, I want you to crown an MVP for this series. I know that's a tough job. We saw a lot of good performances here. But for Hard Hat Zone, is there a player that really stands out for you after these 3 games?
Honestly, I feel like everyone on Hard Hat Zone really did their job, especially in both wins. I would say MVP probably. This is going to be really tough.
Yeah. It's so hard. I mean, everyone played so incredibly well. I feel like Llama...
I kind of want to give it to Bennett, though. Just because, the guy was, doing his job and scaling up, not dying in that side thing, which is extremely important. Yeah. And then when he did hit those numbers, he was scaling up so incredibly well in this top side. And, when we got to those fights, when we saw Nasus walked up to a carry, boink, 800 damage. Yeah. Just was doing so well, and especially against Panzora, probably considered amongst probably the major community as probably the best top laner in Wednesday's group of CCS. Being able to pick Nasus in game 1 and game 3, especially game 3, where he said, "I don't care if I get counterpicked. Yep. I'm going to play it. I'm going to scale it. I'm going to dominate these games." I also huge credit to Llama on the Jarvan as well. The guy has some Smurf mechanics in some of these fights, and the cataclysms are coming through so huge. But I also feel like, everyone on Hard Hat Zone, especially in those team fights, were playing so incredibly well. Also big credits for BBB mid only coming in as the sub for this series. Replacing Alternative, who probably is one of the best mid laners of Wednesday's group, and he had a pretty solid game, especially game 1. A big reason why they won that one, and then game 3, fulfilling his role on the Oriana and this one, doing such a good job. So overall, huge credit for Hard Hat Zone pulling out this one, but overall, it was a bit of a banger.
Absolute banger match. I'm so glad we got to see the 3-game series between these two teams. I feel like it was well-deserved. Both of them have showcased so much dominance in this Wednesday conference. So seeing them go head-to-head in week 9, in the final week, with the first place spot on the line, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. So huge shout-out to Hard Hat Zone, absolutely, for the win there. Give us a couple minutes here. We're going to try and grab an interview with one of the victorious Hard Hat Zone members. So we'll just take a short little break here while we do grab someone, and we'll be right back.
Everybody panic!
Welcome back, everybody. We are currently joined by the victorious BB Bennett from Hard Hat Zone after that 2-1 victory against DNX. Bennett, first of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking an interview with us.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. First and foremost, how are you feeling after that victory? What an epic 3-game series it was.
I know. I'm all smiles right now. I mean, this is probably I think the best series we've played this season so far, and I feel like it really brought us closer together as a team. Just holding it down for game 3 and just seeing it out. I wanted to shout out all of my team members. I think they played exceptionally well. And I also wanted to shout out DNX because they made this series worth watching.
Yeah, worth casting, worth watching. It was definitely it was a banger, I will say. Orion, I know you have some stuff to ask, but first of all, I want to talk about this Game 3 draft because that was a bit nutty. I'm sure you guys weren't expecting the Skarner, probably weren't expecting the Maokai either, and we weren't expecting that Amumu to come out either. So was that the kind of thing where Dragon Mooncake just wanted some engage and the Amumu fit so well with the composition, or can you kind of talk me through what you guys were talking about in that Game 3 draft?
Yeah, so after that game 2, I was feeling pretty insecure, so I just went back to the dog and we saved counterpick for support, and I honestly didn't trust my support, which is my fault. And
Wow.
he whipped it out for game 3, the Mumu comfort pick.
Oh my
And
goodness.
honestly, yeah, the R's he found were game changing, game winning.
yeah.
And it also enabled our team to follow up. So kudos to Dragon Mooncake, the 6th best support.
No, yeah, absolutely. We we finally saw a series where he wasn't actually able to play Nautilus for once. So finally, giving the respect over to him that he very much well deserved. Going back to you a little bit in terms of like you drafting. Game 1 we see the Nasus counter pick coming through on R5, which was very surprising.
sir.
And then game 3, like Lindor mentioned, we weren't surprised by the Nasus, and you even picked it third, I believe, R3 as well. So we're not even seeing Panzora's top laner. Were you just that confident in the fact that your Nasus was just going to scale inevitably no matter what Panzora picked, or did you just disregard what Panzora was going to opt to picking in that matchup?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't really care what he was going to pick. I was confident enough in my Nasus, and I even made like a little spreadsheet before the series, just so I can prepare for this pick. And I think it's honestly kind of slept on because I don't think there's a whole lot of champs that can punish it effectively if the Nasus plays it well, and it just free scales the meatball for your team, does some damage. And remember LS talked about Nasus support. I think it also brings similar qualities like the armor shred and the wither.
Mm-hmm.
I think seeing the Zeri game 1 was one of the main reasons we brought it out, and then game 3 I just didn't care anymore. So
Well, Ben, I don't know if you were watching the stream at all, but Orion actually did end up giving you the MVP for this series. I think mostly just due to the fact that Panzora has been the main carry for DNX, and both in game 1 and in game 3, and even a little bit in game 2, you were able to really neutralize that, and so we were really impressed by that. So first of all, congratulations on
Thank
the
you.
MVP.
That means a lot to me.
Is there anyone on your team that you'd want to shout out that you think performed well? I mean, we were talking about how we felt like it was a really huge team victory, but is there anyone specific that you want to shout out after the series?
I wanted to shout out Alternative for subbing out so we could let our boy mid only play. But
Love
yeah,
it.
it's hard to commend just a specific player really, because I think we needed all of us to play well to really come out on top for this series, and that's what we did.
Yeah, I mean, I can personally agree with that. I thought you guys played exceptionally well, especially game 3 around those team fights. So many AoE combos coming through with Jarvan, Orianna, Mumu, just so much setup, so well done. I also feel like you guys going into playoffs now, you've guaranteed first place, and you do have the perfect match record. I don't have the perfect game record, unfortunately, but match record nonetheless is still 9-0. I do believe though that if you guys have your full roster, you haven't actually lost a game yet, so something to keep in mind. But going into playoffs now, since we're shifting into a best of 5, is there any team in Wednesday's group that you kind of want to avoid, obviously, besides DNX until you get to the conference finals?
I think in general it would be smart to avoid TA Light. I think they've had some strong showings against like the other teams, and I believe they can actually contend with maybe even DNX or us. And I'm honestly really looking forward to rematching DNX, hopefully in the finals. But I
Mhm.
guess we'll have to see how the bracket turns out for that one.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about that because I was curious what kind of the general sentiment was from Hard Hat Zone heading into that series. Because obviously, you guys have showed a lot of dominance through the split. And so was it something that you guys were excited to go up against a team that would really test you? Or was there a little bit of nerves there?
Bit of both. I mean, I think most of us were looking forward to this matchup since probably around like week 3 or 4, because it was
Right.
becoming clear that they were the only team that could like really challenge us and push us in this in the league. And honestly, coming to the game, I wasn't feeling well. I had some personal issues that I had to work through, but you just kind of put those aside for the team, and yeah.
Love to
Yep.
hear it. Orion, do you have anything else before we send Bennett to his celebrations?
Yeah, I was gonna ask one final question. Obviously, if Goldfish Gaming wins their match tomorrow, you and Goldfish Gaming will be the two teams that have gone completely match record undefeated. Have you looked into their games at all whatsoever? I mean, obviously they're in a complete other different group, but I think that is probably the expected team to play in the finals from Thursday's group, because I believe how it works is you play the playoffs are like division by division, and then the winners of both division meet each other in the finals. So.
Oh, okay.
Um, what is your overall opinion of how Goldfish Gaming has just basically dominated Thursday's group?
Um, I honestly haven't really formed much of an opinion about them. I know
Mhm.
they're undefeated right now, but I do think that the teams in Thursday are slightly weaker than the ones in Wednesday. No offense, and I'm hoping we can take them out when we eventually meet them in the grand finals.
Good to
And
hear.
yeah, I hope the series goes to 5 games as well, though, so we can have another banger. I know you guys would all like that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Orion and I were actually talking. I think this is the first best of 3 we've had at least in like 3 or 4 weeks. So
Yeah, it's
it was
been a
definitely
while.
nice to have a competitive series. And it was such perfect timing to have the two of you teams facing off in week 9. It really built the hype up. So,
Mhm.
yeah, I think that's all I have. Orion, you have anything else?
I'm good to go.
All right. Well, Bennett, congratulations again. And thank you for joining us for the interview.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Alrighty. Well, on behalf of myself, Orion, Ludiolo with the amazing production again here tonight, we'd like to wish you all a fantastic night. Congratulations once again to Hard Hat Zone for being the Wednesday Conference champions through the regular season. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for some Thursday League action. Have a good night, y'all.